Alright, we are live. I think. I have a gap. I need to fix the gap. Alright. Ow. Okay. Let's do this, Brutus. Let's sample. Okay, looking for the Henry main file. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm looking for... Come on, come up with the options. I know you can do it, computer. You've never, well, I'm not going to say that, but you have. Add full EQ narration. I think this is it. Decoding process. Probably take a second. If this doesn't take too long, then I'm going to move on to the visuals. Which visuals honestly shouldn't take that long, because all I have to do is just fix the thumbnail. Just fix the credentials, because that's the only issue that I really have, per se. But that won't take that long. I just have to retype some names and stuff, but that's not that bad. Because I don't know if I actually saved it as a file on VideoPad. My body wanted to wake up early again this morning. I said, fuck no. And yeah, because I knew I had to get this done. Alright. We are starting in the one room, right?
The sound of the heavy door.
Yes. Okay, so the first sound effect we actually need is a talk. Say that again, Sparrow. Clock ticking. Alright, so I know where that is. At least I believe there was a clock in that room, if I remember correct. I'd have to go back to the I'd have to go back to the last part, because that's the only place where it would be. Okay, what I need to do is need to go to USB drive. That would actually probably be a good idea. Hello? Thank you. Let's see. Oh. Okay, for that I need RTBAA 2 MLP. Just gonna have to scroll down a little bit. Is that it? Nope. But it is coming up with me. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do something like this then. Oh, I know why it's not coming up. Return to Bittersweet Apple Acres 2. Go.
Return to Bittersweet Apple Acres 2.
Where is it? There it is.
Bright as the sun.
Yep.
I am January, the general of the LaFou Cloud Knights.
Yeah, I already have your ass downloaded, so stop.
Or anything related to the cause of death to Lily Bloom.
Yep. Yep. Okay. I knew that was one of my habits. Alright, so because I tend to put certain sound effects in certain scenes, or use it as like, what's the word, ambience. There's usual like little habits that I have, like casuals that I go to, and this is one of them. Which one is it? Probably this one. Yep. Green light's on, right? Yes. Okay. Just making sure I didn't make a mistake. Stream should be going, yeah. I just want to make sure. Yep, it's gone. Okay. Just making absolute sure. Okay. So for this, the dog is barking. We need a fade in effect. So let's say up to about the first 2 or 3 clicks.
The sound of the heavy door to floor is...
Oh, right. I have to lower the volume, don't I? Oh boy, brain not fully awake. It'll get awake. Trust me, guys, it will. We're gonna need it. Okay, now I need a reverb. That's the one. Need to put it to about maybe 20%. Just kind of start with that.
The sound of the heavy door to floor's current abode of hard floors and dim lighting.
Shut up, me. I can't hear anything.
The sound of the heavy door to floor's current abode of hard floors and dim lighting is what awoke her from her days of reflections of the past. The sound of the heavy door to...
Heavy door. Do I have a sound effect for that on the original? Pretty sure I do.
Due to her refusal to cooperate, Flora had been hoof-cuffed
Hey, Thomas.
and locked in one of the cars. She hadn't been under arrest
Okay, where's Dipstick?
themed prior, so she had just responded with a light nod.
Oh.
Thank you for your cooperation. Sit tight.
Speaking of Thomas, he's right there. Okay, now I gotta figure out where he comes into play.
We'll be leaving shortly.
Okay.
After a short ride,
That's
Laura
the
had
old
been
one.
escorted to where she currently sits in a blank state. Between losing her friends to that psychotic mayor and her mother dying out of nowhere, she felt as if all of the light in her life had burned out, and now she was just
It's
trapped
hot in
a
here.
labyrinth with no way out.
And I have
or
no cushion
light
on my
to lead
ass.
her.
This is gonna be a
She
rough day.
felt empty,
Lifeless.
lifeless. Upon the sound of the door across the room opening,
Okay.
she shifted her gaze.
So it's just
and
a regular
jumped
door.
mild
Okay, just a regular door. Just want to stay consistent. Just want to stay consistent. And yes, to answer your question. Alright. Well, technically, we're bringing it to life. Oh, this is going to be a rough day for a lot of reasons. Because we're actually going to bring the fucking scene to life. It's not just going to be text being said. Okay, what am I looking for? I am looking for a door. That's the one. The sound of the door opening, so it's immediate. Sound of the door opening.
The sound of the heavy door to floor's current abode of hard...
Okay. Okay, I do need the closing sound effect. So, cut that. Also gonna need a car door closing. Oh wow, there's a lot more sound effects to this than I originally thought. Oh boy. Hey boy. Let's see. Lower that to about there. Give that a reverb. same about, but the same exact effect as what we've got. Actually, no, I need a limiter first. Okay, give that about 20%. Okay, now I need to lower that. And we need limiter. Not the clip. Stop it. Quit. Limiter, limiter, limiter. Okay, this one's actually a little tricky. So it's usually pretty low, so we're gonna have to go with something like that.
The sound of the heavy door to Flora's current abode of hard floors and the sound of the heavy door to Flora's current abode of hard floors and dim lighting is what awoke her from her days of reflections of the past. It felt like she'd fallen asleep, but she had been fully
Hold on. I see something I actually forgot. How did I forget that? So the top layer is actually missing a noise gate. Man. Sparrow, you need to wake the fuck up. Get the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Sorry.
the past. It felt like she'd fallen asleep.
There we
But
go.
she had been fully aware of her eyes being open and her current situation while reminiscing on the good times she'd had with her now deceased friends beyond her reality.
Okay. Now, let's see. What goes into the scene? I think we can just go without music here. Just let the ambience kind of collect.
The sound of the heavy door to Flora's current abode of hard floors and dim lighting is what awoke her from her days of reflections of the past. It felt like she'd fallen asleep, but she had been fully aware of her eyes being open and her current situation while reminiscing on the good times she'd had with her now deceased friends beyond her reality. This was how this mess had all began. The spark that lit the inferno of her curiosity wanting to delve deeper into the mysteries of Ponyville's worst disaster ever since its discovery. An inferno that she now wished to have been extinguished upon the moment it manifested in her mind, never to be thought of ever again. But fate had had other plans, and she could have never predicted or have been prepared for the consequences of her actions. It was the exact reason why she knew now that she had to fulfill Henry's dying wish, and never stop until Bittersweet Applejack and her twisted family were sent to the deepest depths of Tartarus to receive their long-awaited punishments at long last. Looking up from the comfort of her hooves upon the table, she looked towards the door to see who had joined her in her temporary cold home. It was a stallion with a cream-colored coat of fur, dark blue eyes, and a mane of dark brown. His most catching feature was the bushy mustache dressed on his upper lip, giving the illusion that he had no top lip. This must be the officer that Blackhorn had mentioned prior to his departure.
Good day, Miss Bloom. My name is Officer Darkwood. I'm a friend of the stallion who questioned you earlier.
Oh, shit. Yep, we can't do that. That's okay, it's not that big of a deal. As long as it's not too distracting.
Blackhorn had mentioned prior to his departure.
Good day, Miss Bloom. My name is Officer Darkwood. I'm a friend of the stallion who questioned you earlier.
Hello, sir. Is there any word on when I can go home?
That's why I'm here. There wasn't much to go on with your mother's case, so we've sent her body to the Cantor.
Can go home?
There's something there. Something I missed. Right there. You need good headphones to hear it, but yep, it's there. And I don't like it. We are going to hear Blackhorn in this, but he'll come in the next part. Next part? Right? Yeah, I think so. Yep, little air bubble.
Home?
Much better.
That's why I'm here. There wasn't much to go on with your mother's case, so we've sent her body to the Canterlot morgue for further study on her cause of death.
He paused briefly to break his professional demeanor to a more sympathetic one.
It must be very hard for you right now. But just know there's always a light in the darkness. We'll be in touch. And we've arranged some officers to watch over your property, seeing there's potentially a felly napper loose, given your other current situation.
That's not necessary. I assure you that I'm fine on my own.
Right there. Sometimes it's hard to catch them. But they are there. And easy to get rid of at times. Sometimes they're impossible to get rid of, though.
That's
Still there? Better.
not necessary. I assure you that I'm fine on my own.
It's not a permanent arrangement, just simply a temporary one. And most of it'll last a week. Just long enough for Detective Blackhorn to get a proper grip on your friend's whereabouts and who the filly napper might be.
Sorry, Henry. My plans will have to wait until these officers get off my tail.
Okay, hang on.
Whereabouts and who the filly napper might be.
Sorry, Henry. My plans will have to wait until these officers get off my tail.
With police watch...
Okay, hang on. Let me get that little breath out.
Whereabouts and who the filly napper might be.
I can't. Fuck.
Whereabouts and who the filly napper might be.
That's okay.
Sorry, Henry. My plans will have to wait until these...
I think I want a little bit more space right there.
Whereabouts and
Hey,
who
Riderstorm.
the filly napper might be.
Sorry, Henry. My plans will have to wait until these officers get off my tail.
Good.
With police watching her 24/7, there was no way for her to persist with her goal of finding where that flesh slab thing that she and Henry had discovered was in her reality. She'd look too suspicious and be in a deeper hole than she currently was in, so playing smart, she just nodded and allowed Darkwood to finish his business.
Very good. Now, I have been asked to escort you back home out of safety concerns. Another officer will show up later to give you further instructions on how we plan to keep you safe. Shall we somehow manage to miss any activity while on duty?
Flora just agreed and got up from her seat, hearing her stiff limbs pop upon getting into her usual stance. The burn from the fence made her wince slightly, its presence having returned, no longer coated by the effects of rushing adrenaline in a dire situation. She shook it off, thankful that Blackhorn hadn't noticed it upon his examination. Regardless, Flora knew she could excuse it as a cooking accident or something. Burns weren't your usual injury to look for on a suspect in a case of murder or filly napping, but more likely cuts or bruising. The fracture in her back leg had also returned from under the cloaking of adrenaline, but considering she had run on it throughout her trek deeper into the bowels of the slaughterhouse, the pain had become no more than the equivalent of a stubbed hoof.
Okay.
Therefore, she walked out with no visible sign.
She walked out. Okay. This whole sequence is going to be kind of tricky. So let me double check
with
here.
no visible sign of pain from her battle scars from one night in Sweet Apple Hell, and allowed Officer Darkwood to drive her home.
Okay.
She walked out with no...
She walked out. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to get the proper sound effect first. 2, 3, 4. It is hot. Alright, so I need to go to MLP sound effects. It's right. If I can find it. There we go. Okay. Two things. Volume reduction. Actually, three things. Volume reduction, limiter.
She walked out with no visible sign of...
Okay.
She walked out...
Just a little bit more.
She walked out with no
Oh, I need to tighten it, don't I?
She walked out...
Come on. Come on.
She walked out with no visible sign of pain from...
That'll work. Alright, and last, a reverb. Okay, just got the same exact effect for consistency.
She walked out with no visible sign of pain from her battle scars from one night in Sweet Apple Hell, and allowed Officer Darkwood to drive her home.
Okay.
Upon the arrival at her home, it seemed as if its welcoming atmosphere had dimmed to nothing but a bleak. Upon the arrival at her home.
Upon the arrival at her home. So I need this to kind of switch. Okay, hang on. Do I want it? Let me think here. Because it's bleak. It's a very bleak atmosphere. So maybe put like an eerie wind instead of like the birds chirping and stuff that signal happy day.
Upon the arrival at her home, it seemed as if its welcoming atmosphere had dimmed to nothing but a bleak dissonance.
Bleak dissonance.
Upon the arrival at her home, it seemed as if its welcoming atmosphere had dimmed to nothing but a bleak dissonance. It was like she'd returned to a house that had been abandoned and forgotten for centuries, when in reality, it was the house she had occupied for almost 2 years. Getting out of the vehicle, she shivered at the cement walkway leading to the front door. It was the first time she had ever returned home alone, and it wouldn't be the last.
Yeah, I want to go bleak because it's basically depressing right now. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Load simple. That would be the scary winds. Scary, eerie winds. Perfect. Okay. I need to get the right winds first.
Upon the arrival at her home,
That's the right ones, okay. But they're way too noisy. I don't think we're gonna go this far, but I just want to be careful. Because I know the next part is not that long. Well, this part in particular. Get out of here. Back to where we were. Oh, clock. I need to fade out the clock as well. We'll get there in just a sec. Okay, turn down the volume of the winds. See about right here.
upon the arrival at her home, it's
Too loud.
Upon the arrival at her home, it seemed as if its welcoming atmosphere had dimmed to nothing but a bleak dissonance.
That works. That works. Okay. Clock. So,
Therefore, she walked out with no visible sign of pain.
she walked out. Okay, so what I can do here is just go something like... This sound effect is so easy to work with. Just go something like that.
Therefore, she walked out with no visible sign of pain from her battle scars from one night in Sweet Apple Hell, and allowed Officer Darkwood to drive her home. Upon the arrival at her home, it seemed as if its welcome...
Okay, I've been ignoring the chat. That's how I do voice work. Cool. Though I will be real if fanfiction site be starting around next year. Excited. A lot of things are happening, and I'm excited about it. Thanks, Thomas. Hope you're all having a good day. Yeah, we're doing good. Well, I'm doing good, but I'm just busy. Plus my chair has no cushion right now, so yeah, my butt hurts a little bit.
Therefore, She walked out with no visible sign.
I need a new chair because my chair is not comfy.
Therefore, she walked out with no visible sign of pain from her battle scars from
All
one
right.
night. Upon the arrival at her home, it seemed as if its welcoming atmosphere had dimmed to nothing but a bleak dissonance. It was like she'd returned to a house that had been abandoned and forgotten for centuries, when in reality, it was the house she had occupied for almost 2 years. Getting out of the vehicle.
Getting out of the vehicle. Okay, so open car door. Ding, ding, ding. Like that.
With the vehicle, she's getting out.
Okay, I do have a sound effect for a fact. I do have a sound effect for that. Oh god, but which? Hang on. I need to figure this out. I think that's when I got the new PC. The one that kind of almost blew up in my face. I guess I could just check. Because I know it's in Savior. And Savior, I think, was produced on the other one. Let me see if I just... Car, truck door, opening sound effect. Is that it? Well, I know that's the sound for the car door shutting. I need the ding 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 sound though. Okay, what the hell would that even be? No clue. If not, I can just go like open, shut. Doesn't matter to me. Car. Ajar? Yeah, fuck it. I'm not looking for that. People get the fucking point. Okay, I know this is loud. Very. That's 7. What's that one again? It's on 6, okay. Okay, get that.
Getting out.
Oh, gee, what the fuck was that? That was not a car door shutting.
Getting out of the vehicle, she shivered at the.
That works. That works just fine. I do want a more of a pause with this though.
Getting out of the vehicle, she shivered at the cement walkway.
Okay, how loud is that?
Getting out of the vehicle, she shivered at the cement walkway leading to.
That's fine.
Getting out of the vehicle, she shivered at the cement walkway leading to the front door.
Might be just a teensy little bit too loud. So let's just lower that just a little bit more.
Getting out of the vehicle, she shivered at the cement walkway leading to the front door.
There we go.
It was the first time she had ever returned home alone, and it wouldn't be the last. The cement walkway leading to the front door. It was the first time she had ever returned home alone, and it wouldn't be the last.
Stay put, kid. You'll be expecting company before too long, so just take it easy until then. Alright?
Flora turned back to the car and nodded to confirm that she understood. With that, Darkwood smiled and took his leave, shifting the vehicle into drive and taking off back to the station. Once he was gone, Flora turned back to the unsettling house that was her home, and with slow and steady steps, walked to the door, turned the knob, and walked in with slow and steady steps.
Okay, how much of a...
And with slow and steady steps, walked...
Yeah, I think the echo's good for... I'm not doing the car noise, it's not really needed. Plus, that's very complex.
And with slow and steady...
Yeah, that's decent. That's a decent pause. Not every single sound is needed. Trust me, I've learned that lesson the hard way. Silent Ponyville. Silent Ponyville in a nutshell. Got that reading. Nearly killed me. Okay, let me see if that might work.
And with slow and steady steps, walked to the door, turns the knob,
Turned the knob.
or turns the knob, and walked into a desolate scenery.
Okay, so... Okay, so that'd be a door open sound effect. Let's see. So I need both of those. Okay, then just go and shut the rest up. Alright. Okay. Single walk in between.
Knob, and walked into a desolate scenery. Knob, and walked into a desolate scenery that she'd never forget. Knob, and walked into a desolate scenery that she'd never forget as the place she'd found her mother's dead and frozen corpse.
Okay. When's next? Okay, so as she walks in, when shut down. So that would be an automate. Volume. Okay. Open the door. Then where does the walking start? About right there. Something like that. Then as the door begins to shut, let's say about right there, then it goes out entirely. Let's see if that might work.
Or turns the knob and walked into a desolate scenery that she'd never forget as the place she'd found her mother's dead and frozen corpse. It was all she could see, when in reality, or turns the knob and walked into a desolate scenery that she'd never forget as the place she'd found her mother's dead and frozen corpse.
Faster. Needs to go out just a little bit faster.
Or turns the knob and walked into a desolate scenery that she'd never forget as the place she'd found her mother's dead and frozen corpse.
There we go.
It was
All right. Got that down. Next, it's probably a sad track. What's that track? I don't know.
or turns the knob and walked into a desolate scenery that she'd never forget as the place she'd found her mother's dead and frozen corpse.
Done.
It was all she could see. When it,
Ooh, maybe Flowered Rust would work here? Or should I go with something a little bit more severe? Then there's two, which is the one that ended Bittersweet Apple Acres, which was Bev's theme. I think it needs to be a tad slower. No, it's actually perfect. It needs to be at a certain pace in order to max. It needs to go. All right, let's see here. Okay, that needs to go down because that is a noisy track. It's gotten me quite a few times.
it was all she could see.
Okay. Need to time that better. Hang on.
Dead and frozen corpse. It
There we
was
go.
all she could see. when in reality, it was just the usual front room she'd occupied with her mother every Saturday night for sitcoms and popcorn. It was a little ritual they'd come up with not long after settling into their new home, and had produced many laughs and memories as mother and daughter quality time. But Flora's memories would never see that space the same for the rest of her life, and she knew her mother's dead and frozen corpse.
Gonna do something. Can't lower the pitch just a little bit.
Her mother's dead and frozen corpse. It was all she could see, when in reality, it was just the usual front room she'd occupied with her mother every Saturday night for sitcoms and popcorn. It was a little ritual they'd come up with not long after settling into their new home, and had produced many laughs and memories as mother and daughter quality time. But Flora's memory time.
Right there. I don't think so, you sick bastard. Oh, it's hot.
Time. But Flora's memories would never see that space the same for the rest of her life, and she knew that she could never sit on the couch or watch that TV ever again. She walked past the horrid, traumatizing area into the kitchen. The same bag of items she'd bought earlier still rested there. To avoid spoiling, she decided to place the contents in their proper areas of the time. But Flora's memory again. She walked past the horrid.
Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit more. Lullaby for a Princess would not work there, Thomas.
Again. She walked past the horrid.
Oh my god, really? Is that enough to get rid of it? Please get out of my audio.
Again. She walked past the horrid,
There we go.
traumatizing area into the kitchen. The same bag of items.
Okay. You get back to where I was. They're right here somewhere. Alright.
Again. She walked past.
She walked past. That's why I wanted to find it. Alright, I think that the echo is fine, honestly.
Again. She walked past the horrid, traumatizing area into the kitchen. The same bag of items she'd bought earlier still rested there. To avoid spoiling, she decided to place the contents in their proper areas of the kitchen. Then, after sorting the goods was complete, she just went to her bedroom and closed the door.
Okay, two things here. Okay, walk to her bedroom. Let me see here.
She just went to her
bedroom. Okay. And closed the door.
She just went to her bedroom and closed the door. She just went to her bedroom and
closed the door. So immediately after. Phew, it's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Okay, so not that one, but the one at the end. Something like that, maybe. Shut that up.
She just went to her bedroom and closed the door. Her bed was still messy from the last time she had gotten up for school, and she didn't care to even fix the sheets. Instead, she just lied in her bed and finally cried. She had been wanting to cry ever since Darkwood's intrusion on her past memories. She just went to her bedroom and closed the door. Her bed was still messy from the last time she had gotten up for school.
Maybe it's a little bit more space on that.
She just went to her bedroom and closed the door. Her bed was still. She just went to her bedroom and closed the door. Her bed was still messy from the last time she had gotten up for school, and she didn't care to even fix the sheets. Instead, she just lied in her bed and finally cried. She had been wanting to cry ever since Darkwood's intrusion on her past memories. So she did, and in the culmination of pure and raw agony, found herself reminiscing again. The day that Henry Quickwit entered her life for the first time.
Alright. So I think that goes into the next memory, I guess. Yep. Alright. So we're going to have to play our cards very carefully here. Alright, go something like that. Yeah, there we go.
Entered her life for the first time.
Okay, so that means the music's gotta go out. That, and I also gotta shut up all this because for some reason I forgot to put a noise gate on, like a dumbass. That's where my brain's only getting worse.
Entered her life for the first time.
Okay. Volume.
Entered her life for the first time.
Yep, that'll work. That'll work just fine. Okay, what all comes here? I think this is a recap of Flora's, like, growth. Oh, Lord. Then it cuts to Henry being bullied, or something like that.
Entered her life for the first time.
I hear you, you little bastard. Get out of the love my Otelo alone. Go bye-bye, plus
Entered
off.
her life for the first time.
There we go.
One year earlier. Through much.
Okay. That's a fine pause. But that needs to shut up more. Otherwise that will sound kind of off.
The day that Henry Quickwit entered her life. 1 year earlier.
Okay. Where are we ending up at?
Through much tribulations and strengths, Flora had finally come face to face with her greatest demons and had seen past her self-grief.
Okay. There's two tracks that can go here. Either keep going or... what's the other one? Keep going or... What's the name of that goddamn track? For the love of God, I can't remember. Oh, fucking hot, yeah. All right, let's see what we got. I think keep going is more effective because it's basically a track where like you have hope. It's a track about hope. Like it has a hopeful sound to it. And that's literally Flora's story in a nutshell. It's actually what her cutie mark represents. Hope. Keep going. How do you make your sound effects? I look them up. Basically, I have a whole file of sound effects. So those are culminated from years and years of work. Okay. So let me push this out.
1 year earlier.
Okay. Push this back a little bit more.
1 year earlier.
Too fast. I'll turn down the volume in just a second. Just give me a second. About right there.
1 year earlier. One year earlier.
That'll work. I want to toy with the pitch on this one too.
1 year earlier. One year earlier.
That work. Okay, turn the volume down a lot. Maybe it gets a balance because sometimes it's impossible to get these right.
1 year earlier. Through much tribulations and strengths, Flora had finally come face to face with her greatest demons and had seen past her self-grief. Trevor and Sarah had taken Flora's case slow and easy, allowing Flora to regain balance through the many adventures they had shared in their 2 months of friendship together. Flora had been shown what Ponyville had to offer beyond its citizens and multitude of buildings: a fountain that was constructed in honor of the discovery of Ponyville, the many clubs that the school provided, and an area that, while it required a long hike, provided an astonishing view at the cusp of in between sunset and twilight. Many of the school's clubs seemed like a reason for Callie and her gang of ass-kissers to target Flora all the more, but it turned out having friends benefited in the case of security as well. No pony dared to fuck with Trevor or Sarah, mainly because Flora all the more, but it turned out having friends benefited in the case of security as well.
Right there. Well, I looked them up, and sometimes I have to make my own sound effects from other sound effects, like culminating them into one sound. The perfect example of that is the Crystal's Revenge sound effects. Like, the majority of those sound effects are all, like, homebrewed. Well, I wouldn't say homebrewed, but they're sound effects that are combined to make other sound effects. Like, I remember, the sound for the wheel spinning was the sound of, like, a chugga 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 of a train. And the stopping sound was the sound of a jail door closing. What else was there? Oh, bench grinder for the mechanical sound. And I think that was it, if I remember correct. That and the stopping motion was just toying with time. There's been some times when I've had to make my own sound effects. Like, some, like, sounds like when they, like, fire their lasers or whatever. Yeah, I have to make those myself. Ow! Or the sound of, like, a monster footsteps. Perfect example. Fucking Silent Hill. Or Silent Ponyville, excuse me. Silent Ponyville has this scene where, Pinky is running away from, like, a giant dragon creature. And to make the footsteps, I had to combine a whole bunch of sound effects in order to make it sound correct. I had to make the sound of it running into the building. I had to make the sound of its footsteps, which was fucking hard. What chapter was that? I could show you an example. Oh, God, that's one of the later chapters. I just know that. I think it's the one after Pinky encounters herself. I believe it's the one right before the ending, if I remember correct. It's been a long while, like 2 years. Let me see if I can't. But I remember one of the main sounds for the footsteps was an explosion. Because, well, what does a monster footstep sound like? An explosion. Ow. Okay. It was Silent Ponyville. It was right before the finale, if I remember correct. It's chapter 5. I just know it was one of the later chapters. Ow. Okay, chapter 5 is before I think this is it. Because of what I said. Gee, money, Christmas.
now running. Pinky.
There it is, in the background. This was hard. It kind of sounds more like gunshots, but it's explosion. It's more like an explosion. I'll just turn that down.
She softly motivated herself as she gripped the lantern in her mouth, standing up. She headed for the door and softly pushed it open, expecting a blast of cold air. Walking out of the store, she found that all of Ponyville had succumbed to the other world. The entire street was paved with the rotting floor, littered with holes that showed the metal framing that held it together above a dark, bottomless pit. The houses had mutated into decrepit, rust-colored shacks that were to find a source for the rumbling.
Okay, here we go.
Came the groan of a monster Pinky had become familiar with.
That was me.
She quickly turned her head in that direction as her phonograph began to pick up with the sound of static. Coming slowly out of the darkness was a groaner, hobbling its way slowly towards her. There's no way he's the source. The thoughts ran through Pinky's head for a moment, when she suddenly was deafened by a loud roar that cut through the foggy air. The rumbling picked up its speed, as if the source was now running. Pinky took a few steps away from the groaner, not sure what she should do. The groaner groaned as it tried to move faster. Pinky couldn't help but notice that it looked as if it was trying to escape. But escape from what? The groaner let out a final cry of pain as from the darkness, a massive mouth appeared, biting into the creature, taking it in one bite.
That's also combined sound
It
effects.
swiveled its head back up before chomping the groaner in a single bite. Pinky
That's a
stared
lot
in
of sound
shock
right
at
there.
The giant monster before her. It was a single body, a large mouth at its front with no eyes. Its skin was curved and pink, running straight back, large muscular legs that held its entire frame up. It was as if someone had taken off a pony's head and neck and put a giant mouth at its body.
But this isn't even the part where it got
stood
hard.
as tall as a dragon.
That little
It let out
part, that
another
was the easy
roar
part.
That knocked Pinky back to her senses. It had finished its meal, and it was looking for its next one. Pinky
sounds
turned on
so
her heels
different.
and ran with all of her might. The creature let out a roar as it began to chase. Every stomp of its legs shook the ground under her hooves.
Sounds
Her
like a
heart was
fucking
pounding
gunshot.
as she tried her best to run. She constantly felt her hooves about to slip from the shaking ground, and she panted like crazy, rushing air to her lungs.
I'll go back to it, Thomas. I just need to
She
give
felt
her a little
and
bit
heard
of
a
an
massive
example.
thud behind her. She looked over her shoulder and saw the creature had tried to bite down on her, its head crashing into the floor. It
More sound effects that just combine. Like, I remember this one was a challenge. It took me forever to do this. It was 4 years ago. Wow. Oh boy, yeah, this one was a pain. And this is the one that caused me to get burned out. Like, this was the one that burned me out. It really fucking... It affected me. This is by far the most difficult and unique audio production I've ever done through my own skills. It was a It was a huge challenge, heavy challenge to match the story with everything, but I'm really happy about this came out sounding only one part to go before the end. Yeah, this one was hard. Very fucking hard. It took hours. I remember this took me fucking hours just for this one
quickly
little
pulled
bit
its
right
head
here.
back out, letting out a pained roar as it began running again.
It was a constant loop.
She watched it run, its loud thudding feet doing its best to keep up with her. However, it was slower than her, and she knew it. This thing wasn't nearly as fast as the last thing that chased her before. Confidence built up inside of her. She turned to face the road ahead of her. She made a quick turn, noticing the path ended before her. She ran quickly, looking behind her as she saw the creature run straight into the buildings, letting out another pained roar. I can do this. I can outrun this thing.
Look, they are
She
there. They
thought to
fall.
herself as she felt her confidence skyrocket.
Again,
She
more
didn't know what it
sounds
was,
for the
but
buildings.
she could outrun it.
This was a
She
long
looked ahead
fucking
of her and saw the rotting
process.
town pass by her with every hoof step. But where do I outrun it to?
Copy paste,
She
copy
asked
paste,
herself,
copy paste for the
not
running
sure
effect.
of that answer. She heard it let out another roar as the tremors under her legs began once again. It was coming after her again.
The dragon sound effect, I
To
believe I found that online.
It was a thing to
The
be
roar.
feared. It could eat her if she wasn't careful, but she could get away from it. She quickly made the turn around another bend, increasing her distance from the creature. Her attention was caught by what she saw in the distance. It looked as if a giant gate of metal bars had been erected in the middle of the world, cutting off one half of the world.
But that's what I mean. That was the one. This is the one that pushed me. It was hard. Well, I can actually pull those sound effects up. There's actually, well, I still use these sound effects actually, because they were actually that
The other.
well done. And they're called gore sounds for Chrysalis' Revenge. I use the sound of I use two sounds. I use the sound of tearing flesh, and I use the sound of what would that even be? I think, jeez. I actually don't remember what that one is. What would that even be? I don't remember. But the majority of them are two sound effects. There's one with a breaking bone sound effect, which was when Applejack's limbs were getting hacked off. That's like a breaking bone sound effect mixed with a I don't remember. It's been so goddamn long, I don't remember. It's been a long ass time. But anyways.
But it turned out having friends benefited in the case of security as well. No pony dared to fuck with Trevor Flora all the more. But it turned out having friends benefited in the case of security as well. No pony dared to fuck with Trevor or Sarah, mainly because Trevor's muscles were enough to intimidate any pony, and Sarah was known to actually put hexes on any pony who even dared to get on her bad side. It turned out Sarah was a pony able to see spirits and knew a thing or two about witchcraft, but nothing evil or potentially life-threatening. Flora hadn't believed Sarah about her hexes at first, up until she became a victim of one of her more playful hexes. It was a hex that made Flora belch loudly after taking a bite of her lunch the day she was shown how real Sarah's witchcraft was. It had been hilarious to say the least, and had only lasted until the bell rang for the next class. 2 bites had been enough for Flora to no longer speculate the existence of hexes, the rest of that lunch hour having been silent in Flora's case. The same case came with one night of ghost hunting, a single manifestation of a harmless pony spirit having been enough to prove to Flora that Sarah could indeed see spirits and contact them. A single manifestation of a harmless pony spirit having been enough to prove to Flora that Sarah could indeed see spirits and contact them. Sarah had described the spirit detail for detail prior to the manifestation, along with their name as well, Cinnamon Swirl. Less to say, Flora's friendship with Trevor and Sarah had been very interesting and unique, but it was exactly the reason why she was now more talkative, open, and just happy altogether. She was a totally different mare who had escaped her shell of isolation and paranoia, and every trace of her past had been sealed away in her deepest memory banks to never arise again. However, through her happiness, she couldn't have helped but feel irritated at the new target Callie had set her eyes on. A new student that had just moved from Philadelphia to Ponyville, and was mostly quiet and kept to themselves. However, in the classroom, they were the opposite, usually finishing their work first in very little time. Less to say, it was quite a sight to watch whenever they had a pop quiz or just work in general, and it blew Flora away. That said, the only ponies who knew their name were the teachers. No pony knew their name otherwise, and seeing they had no friends,
Excuse me.
you couldn't ask any pony. Then came the day when Flora would get her opportunity to meet this mystery student under very unfortunate circumstances.
Okay, another break. Alright, let's see. I need...
Under very unfortunate circumstances.
Okay. Fade out the music. Whoops.
Under very unfortunate circumstances.
This will be interesting. Alright. Probably gonna have to probably actually going to reuse that track. Okay, now let's get this into the right spot. Okay, where are we starting here?
Flora's bladder ached for relief as she grabbed the provided classroom hall pass and scrambled out of her bore of an algebra lesson. A half hour still remained before she'd be free of the nonsense she'd never use in her life, and she wasn't going to risk the dam in her body bursting.
Okay. This will be okay, so this is interesting. So I can probably use the clock again. Ooh, this is actually really tricky. I gotta think of how I want this to culminate. Grab the hall pass and out of a boring algebra lesson. So, probably start. Where is it? Like this.
Flora's bladder ached for relief as she grabbed the provided classroom. Flora's bladder ached for relief as she grabbed.
Okay. Right there. Bring the narration back.
Flora's bladder ached for relief as she grabbed the provided classroom hall pass and scrambled out of her bore of an algebra lesson. A half hour still remained before she'd bladder ached for relief as she grabbed the provided classroom hall pass and scrambled out of her bore of an
Scrambled, so that's just walking.
and scrambled out of her bore of an algebra lesson. A half hour still remained before she'd be free of the nonsense she'd never use in her life, and she wasn't going to risk the dam in her body bursting. She found the mayor's room not.
Oh, God, don't you just love fucking bullshit? See if that might work.
Bursting. She found the mayor's room not far from the class, walking as if she were drunk, holding her breath, and rushing to the as if she were drunk.
Walking as if she were drunk. Just gonna go regular.
As if she were drunk, holding her breath, and rushing to the nearest porcelain throne available. Lucky for her, no pony occupied the stalls, and without even thinking twice, seated herself upon one, closing and locking the stall door behind her. Not wanting to return to the Snorefest so fast, she chose to take a longer route back to the classroom. This alternate route was a 5-minute walk than the usual short route of 20 seconds, so she took her time, having no interest in drooling on her desk half asleep and this alternate route was a 5-minute walk than the usual short route of 20 seconds, so she took her time, having no interest in drooling on her desk half asleep and muting out that lecture of how an X magically turned into a number. She rounded the hall on the far right side of the school.
She rounded the hall. Okay, so that's walking as well.
She rounded the hall on the far right side of the school, having passed other classrooms and been accompanied by only the static silence of the empty halls. Then, there was a disturbance to the quiet. It was distant and faint, but Flora could hear something like a shout or cry of disarray. It sounded like some pony was in trouble, and upon hearing high-pitched giggling accompany the pleas of distress, she...
Does that exist? Would I even have a sound like that? Like feminine giggle. Feminine giggle. Do I have anything like that? I don't think so. It'd also have to kind of sound young. Oh, this is gonna be a motherfucker. What do you want, you stupid rectangle? Leave me the fuck alone. Nah, no. It's probably gonna come with the dark side of YouTube. Knowing how this connects. Feminine. I do have a giggle, but it's scary. Giggles. If I can spell. Feminine. I don't know how you spell that. Feminine. Giggle. Sound effect. Whatever. You deal with the same thing, Thomas? Okay, well, I have listened to this. Giggling cutely. No, this is a mock. It's like,
Too far. Guys, stop hitting each other, please. Okay, honey, come grab the
I don't care about the stupid phone. I'll have a phone that my friend girls will very nicely. I don't care. What in the fuck? Is this all it got? Is this all it has? Alright, let's see if we've got a better giggle to use. Girl giggling cutely. Let's see if this works. Oh, I've used this before. I've used that before. I know I have. For what fucking reading did I use that for? I don't know. I don't know. Let me listen to that one more time. But that's more cute. That's more cutesy. We're going mockery. Like, she's being, hey, you suck. Pretty much. Girl laughing. Maybe if the background wasn't so goddamn heavy on the goddamn bullshit, that I can't noise gate out. Oh, Lord. Woman laughing. This is where you just gotta kind of experiment.
Liberty Mutual customized.
I recommended are going to be
insurance.
all
So I
over
saved
the
hundreds.
place.
But the money I saved, thought I'd get a wax figure myself.
No. Okay, these guys usually have some good shit. Let's see what they've got. Okay, I have been here before. Oh my god, that's loud. Okay, let's lower this. Why are we in an echo chamber? That's laughing. Different. Oh, that's fucking all over the place. Go back for a minute. That first half was okay. How long is this? 2 minutes, okay. I know I've used that before. It sounds very familiar. Fucking hell. Jesus, I'm glad I didn't have the fucking volume up max. Very heavy in the left ear. For some reason. Why did I use this, though? Where would I have used this? That's actually a good question. Ooh. Does that sound... That sounds too happy. That sounds like my goddamn niece, I'm not gonna lie. Well, someone's getting tickled. Someone's getting tickled. Yep, someone's getting tickled. Yep, I can't breathe. Tickled. Let me listen to that insane one again. That's 2. That's laughing, giggling. There we go. Too insane. The little thing. Sounds too adult though. Well, then again, I could just up it. Like, I only need 1 little second of it. That's all I need. Maybe the girls giggling could work. This one, yeah. Hey, listen one more time. Gets a little intense right there. Let me think of mean girl laughter for a minute. Yeah, it would be more mocking. More time. Hold on. Let me try something. Okay, let's go with like a female mocking laughter. Maybe. Let's see if there's something like that. What the fuck are these shorts? Ooh. What the fuck? Female laughing. Funny laugh. Evil laughter. Female laugh. Female laugh. People, come on. Well, let's give it a try, I guess. What was I using that for, though? Fucking hell. That would almost work. Hopefully that's not copyrighted, because that sounded like one of those laugh tracks. Female girls giggling. Okay, hang on. Okay, we just listened to that. Female demon laugh. Male, female, you don't want to know that. I don't want to know that one. That would be fantastic for a goddamn, yeah. Evil giggles. That's like the most unenthusiastic laugh imaginable. Laughing, laughs. There was one. Left are two females. Okay. This is just a pace. This is just a whole thing of just experimenting. Not that one. That works. That actually works. I'm gonna have to fucking tone it down like a motherfucker, but that actually does work. That's kind of weird that it's panned only to the left side, but that does work. That could definitely be Callie right there. Yeah, that's definitely mocking. That can count as a mocking laughter. Okay, yay. Sparrow not gonna lose his damn mind. All I needed was that little kind of thing. Where they're like, oh, you suck. Oh, it feels so good to laugh at your misery. MP3 downloader. And I should know, I've heard a handful of it. Yes, I was bullied even by females. Fucking bullshit. It is so goddamn hot in here. Is my door shut? Fuck it, I'm opening a damn window. I'm not gonna die in here just because it's winter. Oh, okay. Ow. Hey, download. Shut the fuck up with your stupid pop-ups. For it to download first. So I'm gonna have to probably pan it because it is a little too far into the left ear. That's okay, it won't be that bad. Okay, just lower that. Okay. Is there anything else in particular here that I need to get out of my way? Thank you. That would be under downloads. Just taking my headphones off for a minute. Female laugh. Female laugh. Stupid fucking thing. Oh, God. Yeah, hopefully opening a window helps to kind of tone down the... Oops. Please don't tell me that just did what I think it did. Okay, thank God. Okay, now I gotta find the right sample. After I turn it down. It does have a natural echo on it, so don't need to worry about that very much. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, it was more towards the beginning. Well, let's just figure it out.
Home business. Flora didn't even bother the thought of running to get the principal,
That's
knowing
scary.
from her own personal experiences that it was just a waste of...
Okay, shut up, me. I need to hear. That sounds like Ember Moon. There's the laugh track. Which one was it? It's definitely not that one. Nope. Way too nice. What the fuck is that? Oh, I know why. Is that the one? Okay, I gotta go back to YouTube for just a second. I need to figure out if that's the right one or not. Rectangle, could you please fuck off? Please, and thank you. Go to hell. Okay. I was on the right one. It was what? Yeah, it was right after the demon laugh. Okay. Let me listen to some of these other ones. No. Definitely no. There was another one. Okay, there's... Hold on. That's a laugh track. Jesus. That's the one. That's the one. That definitely does sound like kind of mocking, but not exactly, but it's just there for effect. That's the thing. Okay, get rid of all this. Grab. Find wherever the thing is. Hopefully it's correct. Oh, oops.
Own personal experiences that it was just a waste of time.
Oh. Okay, where am I?
It was the Stallion's bathroom, and upon peeking into the ghost white walk, couldn't do anything wrong. So instead, Flora took the initiative and moved in a fast trot.
Okay, hang on. Grab, cut. I need to be in the right spot first.
She knew exactly what was happening. She knew the giggles of Callie and her gang all too well, and it was clear that it was distant and faint, but Flora could hear something like a shout or cry of disarray. It sounded like some pony was in trouble, and upon hearing high-pitched giggling
High-pitched giggling, okay, right there. Okay, so this has to be very distant. Which means it has to be pretty low.
Giggling accompanied the pleas of distress. She knew exactly what was happening. She knew the giggles of Callie and her gang all too well.
Okay. Little too noisy. So we need to, again, balance her. Come on. You can do it. Alright, let me see here.
It sounded like some pony was in trouble, and upon hearing high-pitched giggling accompany the pleas of distress, she knew exactly what was happening. She knew the giggles, and upon hearing high-pitched giggling accompany the pleas of distress, she knew exactly what was happening. She knew the giggles of Callie and her gang all too well, and it was clear that they were devouring some innocent victim that had just been going about their day minding their own business. Flora didn't even bother the thought of running to get the principal, knowing from her own personal experiences that it was just a...
Okay. I want to make that just a little bit more high-pitched.
And upon hearing high-pitched giggling accompany the pleas of distress, she knew exactly what was happening. She knew the giggles of Callie and her gang all too well, and it was clear that they were devouring some innocent victim that had just been going about their day minding their own business. Flora didn't even bother the thought of running to get the principal, knowing from her own personal experiences that it was just a waste of time. Callie was one of the staff's favorites who couldn't do anything wrong, so instead, Flora took the initiative and moved in a fast trot to the source of Callie and her gang all too well, and it was clear that they were devouring some innocent victim that had just been going about their day minding their own business. Flora didn't even bother the thought of running to get the principal, knowing from her own personal experiences that it was just a waste of time.
Okay, let's...
Callie was one of the staff's favorites who couldn't do anything wrong, so instead, Flora took the initiative and moved in a fast trot to the source of the disturbance of the natural quiet. Fast trot, so
that's a run. Alright, here we go. Really? Fast trot. Right, easy. Okay, USB drive. USB drive, right? Yeah. Okay, now I need a fast trot, which is a run. Okay, just need something else. Oh, shit. That'd be more than that.
Ash trod to the source of the disturbance of the natural quiet of the halls. Ash trod to the source of the disturbance of the natural quiet of the halls. When she finally found the source, she was surprised to find that it was the stallion's bathroom. And upon peeking into the ghost white walkway, 3 rears of 3 mares were in full visibility.
You're such a loser, Harry Trotter. You couldn't get a mare friend even if you tried.
Ash trod to the source of the disturbance of the natural quiet of the halls.
That'll work.
When she finally found the source, she was surprised to find that it was the stallion's bathroom. And upon peeking into the ghost white walkway, 3 rears of 3 mares were in full visibility.
You're such a loser, Harry Trotter. You couldn't get a mare friend even if you tried. Especially if you read.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger. Visibility.
You're such a loser, Harry Trotter. You couldn't get a mare friend even if you tried. Especially if you read.
More giggling ensued. Visibility.
You're such a loser, Harry Trotter. You couldn't get a mare friend even if you tried. Especially if you read.
Jesus Christ.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood.
More giggling ensued. Oh. Yep, just grab that.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger.
Please, just leave me alone.
Okay. Make unique as a sample. Okay, now I need to automate it and put it on a different track. Because it needs to be just a tad bit louder. That's somewhere I need to go. Needs to go on 12. I probably don't even need to have to do the thingamajiggy.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger.
Please, just leave.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger.
Please, just leave me alone.
Jesus Christ, why does that sound so real? Oh, this is hitting a fucking hard spot for me.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger.
Please, just leave me alone.
A mid-range male voice called from in front of the trio.
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage.
Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Very
More
carefully.
giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger.
Please, just leave me alone.
Oh, yeah.
A mid-range male voice called from in front of the trio.
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid by some mare in this town. And say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid by some mare in this town.
Callie, that's enough.
Flora objected, fed up with this bitch's relentless.
Okay.
By some mare in this town. By some mare in this town.
Callie, that's...
And say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid by...
Okay, let's see here.
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid...
Trio.
Not until you admit...
Automate volume. God. So much. Okay, we just don't want it to cut off immediately.
Not until you admit you're...
Trio.
I might just keep it. Because why the fuck not?
Trio.
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid by some mayor in this town.
Callie, that's enough!
Flora objected, fed up with this bitch's
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid.
A mid-range male voice called from in front of the trio.
There we go.
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid by some mayor in this town.
Callie, that's enough!
Flora objected, fed up with this bitch's relentless behavior. Callie jumped at relentless behavior. Callie jumped at the sudden demand.
Callie, that's enough!
Flora objected, fed up with this bitch's relentless behavior. Callie jumped at the sudden demand, turning to see who had interrupted her fun.
Well, if it isn't the freak of the town.
Callie, that's enough!
Flora objected,
No.
fed up with this bitch's relentless behavior. Callie jumped at the sudden demand, turning to see who had interrupted her fun.
Hold on.
That's enough!
Flora objected, fed up with this bitch's relentless behavior. Callie jumped at the sudden demand, turning to see who had interrupted her fun.
Oh,
Well, if it isn't the freak of the town. What do you think you're doing on my side of the school? I thought I made it clear to you that if you cross the line, things won't end well.
Flora didn't flinch. She wasn't scared of this bitch anymore, and she made it clear.
You don't own anything, you selfish bitch. I'll walk where I want to, when I want to. Now why don't you get lost before I report you for sexual harassment? When I want to. Now why don't you get
Nothing I
lost
can do about that.
before I report you for sexual harassment?
Callie's expression shifted to anger, not used to being challenged by her victims.
What did...
Okay, hang on. See if I can get that out. Oh, these little air bubbles, I hate them.
Callie's expression shifted to anger.
I'm gonna have to zoom in for that. There we go. Where are you? There you are.
Callie's expression shifted
There we
to
go.
anger, not used to being challenged by her victims.
What did you just call me?
I simply called you what you are, Callie.
May I remind you that your little entourage is...
Okay, hang on. Okay, put this here.
Callie's expression shifted to anger, not used to being challenged by her
My god,
victims.
we've still got so long to go.
What did you just call me?
I simply called you what you are, Callie.
May I remind you that your little entourage isn't here to guard you? You best watch your tongue around me, freak. Otherwise, you may end up in more than just detention.
It was an act of desperation, and Flora saw right through it. With no fear or intimidation, Flora gave Callie a huge wake-up call.
I don't need bodyguards to protect me, Callie. The
detention.
It was an act of desperation, and Flora saw right through it. With no fear or intimidation, Flora gave Callie a huge wake-up call.
I don't need bodyguards to protect me, Callie. The only pony who can't stand their own ground here is you. Seeing these two guards are flanked 24/7.
Callie's confidence shattered like glass, having no comeback. Flora had just shot her down like a stone sinking in water.
That's not.
Sinking in water.
That's not.
She trailed desperately, her words skipping and sweat starting to seep from her pores.
You.
She was done. Callie had just been shown just how weak she really was, and that Flora no longer feared her in any way.
Ugh. This isn't over, Bloom. You'll pay for this. I will be begging for mercy at my hooks.
Turning to her entourage of mindless sheep to the shepherd, she motioned them to follow her back to wherever they had originally come from with a violent turn of her head. They followed, and once they were gone, Flora turned. They followed.
They followed, so that's walking.
They followed, and once they were gone, Flora turned to the victim of the entire situation. Immediately they followed, and once they were gone, they followed, and once they were gone, Flora turned to the victim of the entire situation, immediately recognizing the stallion as the new student who no pony knew the name of.
Okay.
They followed, and once they were gone, Flora turned to the victim of the entire situation, immediately recognizing the stallion as the new student who no pony knew the name of. He was cowering and crying in fear of the hopeless situation from his perspective, and Flora was sickened at the sight. This was beyond cruel. This was to the point of traumatizing, and probably would never leave the young stallion's mind to his grave. Walking forward, Flora reached out a hoof in greeting. Walking forward.
Okay.
Walking forward, Flora reached out a hoof in greeting, to which the stallion, after a long while, took in kind.
It's okay. I'm not like Callie and those other mares.
Flora said.
I heard that. That little... I swear. My own fault. I forgot to add the noise gate. This is my own fault.
I'm not like Callie and those other mares.
Flora said, relieving the stallion and allowing him to finally speak comfortably.
Oh.
Thank you, miss.
You're very welcome.
To finally speak comfortably.
Thank you, miss.
You're very welcome.
Henry. My name's Henry. Henry Quickwit.
Flora smiled, wanting to just hug Henry for the sake of comfort. He was
Henry Quickwit.
Flora smiled, wanting to just hug Henry for the sake of comfort. He was an absolute mess, and it broke her heart to
Quickwit.
Flora smiled, wanting to just hug Henry for the sake of comfort. He was an absolute mess, and it broke her heart to see a pony like this.
Quickwit.
Flora smiled, wanting to just hug Henry for the sake of comfort.
Quickwit.
Flora smiled, wanting to just hug Henry for the sake of comfort. He was an absolute mess, and it broke her heart to see a pony like this, especially considering that this was all because of Callie's actions, and it pissed her off.
Well, Henry, my name's Flora. Flora Bloom.
Laura.
There was a momentary pause.
I wish I could be as brave as you. You just a Laura.
Ouch.
There was a momentary pause.
I wish I could be as brave as you. You just attacked her without fear. Well, I cowered like a loser.
Flora shook her head, remembering that she had once been in the same exact scenario before.
I was once just like you, afraid and unable to stand up against her. And then I found friends and learned her weaknesses, and now I don't even let her intimidate me. After all, she's just another pony like you and me.
Hold on.
Intimidate me. After all, she's just another pony like you and me. The only difference is she prefers to attack others to please herself.
Henry sighed.
Intimidate me. After all, she's just another pony like you and me. The only difference is she prefers to attack others to please herself.
Henry sighed heavily, lowering his head.
Okay.
I wish I could have friends, but no pony wants to be my friend. I've tried to make...
Lowering his head.
I wish I could have friends, but no pony wants to be my friend. I've tried to make friends here and in my previous school, but I just get called a freak or a nerd every time. So I just stopped trying after so many times. That's why I'm always alone.
Okay. I think it's time for a music track. What the fuck? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. This would be on 13. I figured you would be, Thomas. I know you're excited for this. What fits here? A lot of things, honestly. The one that comes to my mind first thing is Flowered Rust. If I can spell. I think that's Flowered Rust anyway. Alright, let's go 13. Go turn down the volume lever quite a bit. Oh, shit. I know this one's a little tricky to get correct.
That's why I'm always alone and talk to Noping after so many times. That's why I'm always alone and talk to no pony. I just want to get through school and graduate so I don't have to worry about making friends anymore. I'm tired of being picked on for my talents, and I don't want to be pushed too far again.
Flora cut the last words clearly, knowing what they meant very and fully well. He'd been pushed to the point of no return and had escaped it, and that was enough for Flora to take a chance to say her next response.
I can understand your reasons, but trust me, hiding from your talents isn't going to end well. I faced my own demons and sheltered myself from the world, thinking that if I kept myself isolated, I could never experience pain. I can understand your reasons, but trust me, hiding from your talents isn't going to end well. I faced my own demons and sheltered myself from the world, thinking that if I kept myself isolated, I could never experience pain ever again. I was wrong. And that's why I want you to take the step I took, Henry.
She held out her hoof again to the young stallion, immediately causing him to wince and become cautious.
What are you doing?
I'm offering you my friendship, silly.
Henry gulped at the
Offering you my friendship,
Here we go.
silly.
Out of randomly nowhere.
Henry gulped at the gesture, seeing flashbacks of false hope being offered to him by other ponies, only to be cruelly stabbed in the back.
You'll just hurt me like the others. I can't handle being hurt again.
Flora could understand his words. He had been traumatized after being tricked several times, just like she had been with Callie upon hesitating to meet Sarah and Trevor.
I understand, but I promise I won't hurt you like the others, Henry. I know how you feel because I've been there. But eventually your efforts do pay off. And I promise I'm only doing this to help you.
Henry eyed Flora for a second, feeling different about her. She didn't seem to carry any malicious intent or trickery, and given she had saved him and managed to put Callie in her place, he had no reason not to trust her. With reluctance, he reached out a hoof and took Flora's own in his, accepting her friendship. Flora smiled at her success, following up with the next step of her offer.
Meet me at my locker after school and I'll introduce you to some other ponies who definitely will want to be your friend too.
Okay. What's your locker number?
Locker 608. Do you need me to write it down on paper or something?
That won't be necessary. I got a great memory.
Alright, I'll see you then, Henry.
I love the giggle.
She finished, turning to return to her boring lecture with a wave of her hoof as she rounded the corner. Boring lecture with a wave of her hoof as she rounded the corner.
Right there. Flower Dress is actually perfect here because it's got hints of sadness to it, and it's also got hints of like happiness to it as well.
She rounded the corner. Henry had waved as well, gathering his scattered belongings and slowly returning to his own class. He had wanted to smile, but the trauma of the several backstabs he'd received in his
he doesn't fully trust
One thing was sure,
her too.
His suspicions would be answered when the last bell rang in about 2 hours.
Okay, hang on.
Suspicions would be answered when the last bell rang in about 2 hours.
Okay. Okay, let's volume.
Suspicions would be answered when the last bell rang in about 2 hours.
Oh, perfect. The track actually ends perfectly. How do I manage to do that? Okay, so this is the music track goes about right there. I don't know how I managed to do that so perfectly.
Suspicions would be answered when the last bell rang in about 2 hours. The 7th period bell erupted upon the stroke of 3 p.m.
Okay. So Flower Dress can go out, but I do need to cut this one. I don't know how I managed to do that, but somehow I did. I picked like the perfect track. Okay. I need the school bell again.
Suspicions would be answered when the last bell rang in about 2 hours.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Right there. Perfect. Okay, pretty much the same ordeal as the last chat. Yeah, whatever I'm trying to say. Fuck off! If there's anything more annoying, it's when things try to slow you down. That's why I hate fucking updates. Sample. need school bell. School bell. I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh my god, get lost. Okay, let's go turn that down. Okay. Need to reverb. Oh my god. Yeah, we can go with the default. About 50%. Okay. Another sound. Can we please? God, ever since they added that. Like I said, I could go without so many things that come with Windows updates. Like, all I need is my 3 programs. That's all I need. That and Google. That's literally all I need. I don't care about anything else. All I need is my Audacity, my FL Studio, VideoPad, and Google. That's it. I don't care about anything else. That and of course the folders and shit. But that's all I need. Startup and shit. Those are the only things I care about on this. Things I care about on this computer. Crowd, panic, talking. Okay, here we go again. Okay. Let's see. So, probably about halfway through the school bell. Need to adjust the sound volume. Oh shit. Yeah, way too fast. Back.
The 7th period bell erupted upon the...
Okay. Needs to be slower. Just a matter of getting this correct. Too fast. Still too fast. Where is it?
This...
Fucking hell. Nope, needs to be way before that. I might just have to go with what I had before. Sometimes you just can't get it perfect.
The 7th period bell erupted upon the stroke of 3 p.m., and in less than 5 seconds, the vacant halls of Ponyville High were crowded with the stallions and mares of said establishment. Flora was usually the last pony out of her classes, not wanting to get marauded by the massive stampede of adolescents that were in a rush to leave their practical 7-hour.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
The 7th period bell erupted upon the stroke of 3 p.m., and in less than 5 seconds, the vacant halls of Ponyville High were crowded with the stallions and mares of said establishment. Flora was usually the last pony out of her classes, not wanting to get marauded by the massive stampede of adolescents that were in a rush to leave their practical 7-hour prison. After the wave of students had vacated her current class, Flora took her leave to her locker not even 20 hoof steps from her leave to her locker not even 20 hoof steps from her leave to her.
Okay, that's a walk. Walk.
Her leave to her locker not even 20 hoof steps from the exitway of the classroom, carefully putting in her combination successfully and shoving away her 3 heavy literature books. Once the bricks of thin paper and knowledge were stowed away, she closed their metallic home and turned toward the exit. Finding Henry, she closed their metallic home and closed their metallic.
Okay, I have a sound effect for that. Really? Okay, that'd be a locker. Okay. Cut this down quite a bit.
Closed their metallic home and turned toward the exit. Finding Henry just off. Closed their metallic home and turned toward the exit. Finding Henry just off.
Yeah, that works. Actually, no, I'm gonna go for the main one.
Finding Henry just off to the side. He looked just as nervous as the last time.
How loud is that?
And turned toward the exit. Finding.
There we go.
They closed their metallic home and turned toward the exit, finding Henry just off to the side. He looked just as nervous as the last time she saw him 2 hours prior, a glaze of sweat shining on his forehead.
You ready to go?
Henry simply nodded, to which Flora smiled and directed him towards the exit she usually took. Pushing the door open, the sense of spring replaced the scent of a mint. Directed him towards the exit she directed him.
Right there.
Directed him towards the exit she usually took. Pushing the door open, the sense of spring replaced the scent of a mixture of colognes, perfumes, and body odor. The sense of spring
right there. Okay, so now I need a specific sound effect. Fuck off. Sense of spring, so that's Morning in the Forest. Okay, it's gonna be like a crossfade effect. Okay, a little quicker than that.
Sense of spring.
Okay. Pushing the door open. Okay, let's find where those keywords are.
The sense of spring.
Okay. All right. Automate volume. Oh my God! Come on.
the sense of spring.
Okay. A little too abrupt.
The sense of spring replaced the scent of a mixture of colognes, perfumes, and body odor that permeated the halls.
Okay. Cut this down.
The sense of spring replaced the scent of a mixture of colognes, perfumes, and body odor that permeated the halls. Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard.
Walking.
Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard.
Oh, right. Okay, then I'm gonna have to do something like this. That's not the one. Okay, what am I on? I'm on 15. Okay, yeah. No, I think I'm on 18. Okay, Thomas. You have a good day, man. Maybe look forward to this coming out. Maybe... This is a big maybe. Tonight. But I don't know about that yet. We'll see.
Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard.
What?
Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard. Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard, Flora found Sarah and Trevor conversing next to a provided bench. A mix of the constant chatter of a mix of not so... Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard, Flora found Sarah and Trevor conversing next to a provided bench. Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard, Flora found Sarah and Trevor conversing next to a provided bench. A mix of the constant chatter of a mix of not-so-pleasant homework, the latest trends, and crushes on other mares and stallions cloaked the conversation, but Flora didn't mind. Sarah and Trevor talked about a mixture of things, and you could never predict the topic. It was a thread of several things. It could be school-related, something some pony did, personal stuff, or plans for the night. Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. Upon approach...
Oh.
Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah seized their
Oh, oops.
Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. They'd been informed about the whole situation with Callie earlier in between classes, and had made an arrangement to welcome Henry to their little group. Henry was beyond scared of this encounter upon stopping before his new company, Flora giving him support by... Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. They'd been informed about the whole situation with Callie earlier in between classes, and had made an arrangement to welcome Henry to their little group. Henry was beyond scared of this encounter upon stopping before his new company. Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. They'd been informed about the whole situation with Callie earlier in between classes, and had made an arrangement to welcome Henry to their little group. Henry was beyond scared of this encounter upon stopping before his new company, Flora giving him support by speaking first.
Sarah, Trevor, this is Henry. Henry, Trevor, and Sarah.
Hello.
Trevor spoke first. Nice to meet you, Henry. No need to be so nervous. I promise, Sarah won't bite you.
Maybe not him, but maybe you. I'm just teasing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Henry.
Okay, something has to be in the background here, but I don't know what to put. Okay, where's the forced come into play? Right there. Okay, so I really do think I could make this work. It's just a matter of getting it to function. Let me see if I lower this enough, it will do the thing. Probably didn't even have to do that. So I think I'm on, yes, 19. Oops. I gotta find it first. There it is. No. Okay. Large sound. Like, just put them in the distance just so that there's something there.
Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. They'd been informed about the whole situation with Callie earlier in between open. The sense of spring replaced the scent of a mixture of colognes, perfumes, and body odor that permeated the halls. Moving down the concrete steps into the courtyard, Flora found Sarah and Trevor conversing next to a provided bench. A mix of the constant chatter of a mix of not-so-pleasant homework, the latest trends, and crushes on other mares and stallions cloaked the conversation, but Flora didn't mind. Sarah and Trevor talked about a mixture of things, and you could never predict the topic. It was a thread of several things. It could be school-related, something some pony did, personal stuff, or plans for the night. Upon approach, Trevor and Sarah ceased their private talk and eyed Flora's guest. They'd been informed about the whole situation with Callie earlier in between classes, and had made an arrangement to welcome Henry to their little group. Henry was beyond scared of this encounter upon stopping before his new company,
Just gonna have to
Flora
work.
giving him support by speaking first.
Sarah, Trevor, this is Henry. Henry, Trevor, and Sarah.
Hello.
Trevor spoke first. Nice to meet you, Henry. No need to be so nervous. I promise, Sarah won't bite you.
Maybe not him, but maybe you. I'm just teasing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Henry.
Nice to meet you, too.
So, you had a run-in with Callie, eh?
Okay, a little too fast right there. Needs to go for just a little bit more.
So, you had a run-in with Callie, eh? Good thing Flo intervened. Otherwise, things would have definitely gotten worse. Callie's a nasty piece of work unless you have control over her. When you put her in her place, then she's as harmless as a foal.
Trev's right. But don't worry, with us around, Callie won't touch you.
Henry nodded, attempting to calm down, but his paranoia prevented any such thing from happening.
Don't worry, guys. I'll loosen up as the night progresses. For now, let's just go forward with the plan.
Plan? Well, what plan?
Oh, don't worry. It's not a trick. Think of it as a sentiment to allow you to get more comfortable around us at your own pace.
Okay. So this can go down momentarily.
So, you had a...
Hold on.
Comfortable around us at your own pace.
needs to be a little longer than that.
Comfortable around us at your own pace.
After making up an excuse to make sure...
Okay. So two things gotta happen here.
Comfortable around us at your own pace.
Okay, let's figure out where we're starting. Oh! That's actually perfect.
After making up an excuse to make sure Henry's parents wouldn't be worried about their son's absence, Flora, Sarah...
That is actually fucking perfect. How in the hell am I managed to do that today? Hello?
Comfortable around us at your own pace.
After making up an excuse to make sure Henry's parents wouldn't be worried about their son's absence, Flora, Sarah, and Trevor had led Henry to the outskirts of Ponyville, into an open field where their business would remain private.
Okay.
They sat in the form of a circle, setting their saddlebags off to the side and just enjoying the fresh air and warmth of the sun beaming down on them and the entirety of their hometown. Henry was a nervous mess, but given nothing malicious seemed to be in the midst of their resting spot, it started to gain his hoofing a little bit. Trevor had taken off his leather jacket and was currently laying back on the soft grass with his front hooves acting like a support for his head. Malicious seemed to be in the midst of their resting spot. It started to gain his hoofing a little bit. Trevor had taken off his leather jacket and was currently laying back on the soft grass with his front hooves acting like a support for his head.
Hell yeah. I've been wanting to do that since lunch hour.
He commented, allowing himself to just bathe in the bliss of his freedom from his suffocating attire.
I don't know how you even manage keeping that thing on all day, especially in temperatures like this.
It's not easy, but it's either that or having my pass in full display for every pony to see.
Henry chimed at that comment, having noticed the clear scars lining Trevor's arms.
Wait, you're a drug addict?
Was. These scars are simply reminders of a past me that I'll never become again.
Flora put a hoof on Henry's shoulder, assuring him that Trevor was being honest.
Henry, we all have a secret we like to share, and that's why we came all the way out here where no pony will hear us. These secrets you are about to hear is what makes us three alike, and we've each supported one another by working to confront the demons that once haunted us through friendship and care.
The first step to healing is confronting the issue head on. However, know that we don't expect you to do so right away. Healing also takes time, and confronting whatever demon you may have will require courage and strength.
So, you've brought me here to face some issue I may have?
No. This is simply our way of showing you who really are beyond the faces that you see every day at school, as much as why you're here.
Henry felt as if he were being initiated in some occult group, but for some odd reason, he didn't feel like these ponies were lying to him and really only wanted to be his friend. Was it odd? Yes. However, nothing seemed malicious about this, but he still had one for the three of them to seal the deal.
One question
Excuse me.
first.
What is it?
How did you know I won't tell the school about your darkest secret? Do you really have so much trust in me?
That was a good question, but Flora already had the answer.
What about your darkest secrets? Do you really have so much trust in me?
That was a good question, but Flora already had the answer, given her first meeting with Henry earlier.
Because you aren't like those ponies. And you gave me a chance. Just like I said when we first met today, I promise that we will never hurt you, Henry. We just want to give you a chance to know what it's like to have friends in your life.
Bullseye. Henry could hear a sincerity in Flora's voice, his right hoof being gripped softly by both of hers in a gesture of comfort and trust. If Flora had trust in these other two ponies, then he had no reason to fear them as another batch of evil bullies. With a long sigh, he finally allowed his nerves and paranoia to settle.
All right. I'm ready.
He confirmed, following with Trevor speaking his tale of how he escaped death through an unfathomable amount of strength and will. Next came Sarah's tale of how she had lost an eye, and even as a filly, managed to save herself from bleeding to death. Strength and will. Next came Sarah's tale of how she had lost an eye, and even as a filly, managed to save herself from bleeding. Next came Sarah's tale of how she... Next came Sarah's tale of... Next...
I hear that. And no, you're not getting into my audio. Fuck off.
Next came Sarah's tale of how she had lost an eye, and even as a filly, managed to save herself from bleeding to death. However, when it came to Flora's turn, she had to take a moment to prepare herself. Hers was by far the most impactful, seeing no pony expects a filly to even have the ability to murder their own father. Taking in a breath, she finally started to speak, knowing this was definitely going to shock Henry beyond belief.
My dad was an asshole. And one night I heard a sudden crash, like shattering glass in the kitchen, while I was playing in my bedroom. Scared,
After my dad was an asshole.
My dad was an asshole.
Something here. Okay. 20 accent. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. What other ones do I have? Good question. Okay, I've already used collapse. Cornered, no. Deadly sorrow, don't die on me, maybe. No. Edge of life. What's this one sound like? I guess we could try it. See, I don't get to use this one very often.
And one night I heard... And one night I heard a sudden crash, like shattering glass in the kitchen, while while I was playing in my bedroom. Scared, I went to check and found my dad cornering my mom in the kitchen, along with a terrible odor of alcohol. My mom played it off as my dad accidentally dropping his dinner plate. But then my dad was an asshole. And one night I heard a sudden crash, like shattering glass in the kitchen. While I was playing in glass in the kitchen. While I was playing in my bedroom. Shattering glass in the kitchen. While I was playing in my bedroom. Scared, I... Shattering glass in the kitchen. While I was playing in my bedroom. And one night I heard a sudden crash, like shattering glass in the kitchen. Shattering glass.
I kind of want to make her scene very dramatic. I'm probably gonna have to do some backtracking in that case. Let's see, I need breaking glass. Oh god, that scared the flip out of me. Oh. Oh, that... Okay, that made me jump. Oh, god. Oh. Okay, that made my heart jump out of my chest a little bit.
Shattering glass in the kitchen.
Okay.
Shattering glass in the kitchen. Shattering glass in the kitchen. While I was playing in my bedroom.
Oh, that made me fucking jump.
Shattering glass in the kitchen. While I was playing in my bedroom. Scared, I went to check and found my dad cornering my mom in the kitchen, along with a terrible odor of alcohol. My mom played it off as my dad accidentally dropping his dinner plate. But then my dad said he had a surprise for me. And I had to come closer to see. Surprise for me. Surprise for me. Dad said he had a surprise for me. And I had to come closer to see. Next thing I knew, my mom was tackling my dad to the floor. And upon seeing the knife stab into my mom's side, I knew my dad's true intentions with me. I was shocked to say the least, and I just couldn't. Dad said he had a surprise for me, and I had to come closer to see. Next thing I knew, my mom was tackling my dad to the floor. Found my dad cornering my mom in the kitchen, along with a tear in the kitchen. While I was playing in my bedroom. Scared, I went to check and found my dad cornering my mom in the kitchen, along with a...
Oh lord. I'm gonna have to really backtrack here. Let's see if I still have those files. Believe I do, but I could be wrong. that, I'd have to go to my downloads. Background, redo, normalize. Let's try chapter 1. Looking for keywords here. Man, I'm gonna have to really backtrack here. Alright. So I'm gonna have to play backtrack here a lot. So Lotus sent me those directly. I just need to know the name of them. Way back when? Okay, that was for Celestia. Shimmering Moonlight. Jesus, I gotta go way back. Layer of effects. Okay. Why was I thinking that was Flora? Layla again. Every night. Jesus, this is going way back. We got into a call apparently here. Okay, RTBAA, there we go. I know she sent me all of them in like a cluster. I just don't know what it was called. then what I'm going to have to do is go straight to where it would have been posted. There's the zip file. Okay. So it's just called Floor Bloom Lines. Oh, I see why it's not showing up. I see why it's not showing up. Okay, we're just gonna have to go with it then. I'll make it sound pretty.
Along with a terrible odor of alcohol. My mom played it off as my dad accidentally dropping his dinner plate. But then my dad said he had a surprise for me. And I had to come closer to see. Next thing I knew, my mom was tackling my dad to the floor.
Okay.
And upon seeing the knife stab into my mom's side, I knew my dad's true intentions with me. I was shocked to say the least, and I just couldn't move at the shock up until my mom dropped me. My dad had recovered and was dead set on killing my mom and I. He nearly had suffocated my mom to death. Up until I acted and wrapped myself around that bastard's neck as tight as I possibly could. I'd saved my mom's life, but apparently she was so out of it that she couldn't stand up and help me take him down. I just held on as tight as possible as he tried his hardest to knock and pull me off. And he was nearly dealt with up until my hose gave out. I fell to the ground hard, and before I could get away, my neck was already clenched tight. I was losing strength and visibility. So I just reached for something to save me, and when I found something, I just attacked. I flung whatever I had into him as many times as possible. And up until I had regained enough oxygen, had I realized what I had done. There was blood everywhere, and my dad was dead on the floor from multiple stabs through his neck. I murdered my own father, and for so long I looked at myself as a murderer, an ungrateful pony that oxygen. Had I realized what I had done, there was blood everywhere, and my dad was dead on the floor from multiple stabs through his neck. I murdered my own father, and for so long I looked at myself as a murderer, an ungrateful pony that didn't deserve to live that night.
She was crying, the memories of that night being too painful to hold her emotions back. Sarah and Trevor quickly acted in support, Henry joining them in the form of a hug.
It's okay, Flora. You did nothing wrong, and it wasn't your fault.
Form of a hug.
It's okay, Flora. You did nothing wrong, and it wasn't your fault.
Your dad chose his own path, and you just did what you had to keep yourself safe.
I know, but it still hurts.
Flora sobbed, pulling away and wiping her mascara-stained tears. Trevor provided Flora a napkin he'd saved from lunch to clean herself up, and once she'd calmed down, she turned to Henry. His face was in shock, but sympathy filled his demeanor as well.
I'm so sorry. I can see why you were so isolated for so long. After all, you were just a filly who didn't know any better.
Flora smiled, accepting Henry's words in kind.
why you're here? And why we want to help you and be your friend?
Yes. I also see I have no reason not to trust any of you anymore.
That's great to hear. Henry sighed, preparing himself for what he was about to say.
I also see I have no reason not to trust any of you anymore.
That's great to hear. Henry sighed, preparing himself for what he was about to say.
I feel fine telling you what happened not even 2 months ago, and the reason why I moved here in the first place.
Take your time.
Taking another deep breath, Henry started to speak of his darkest memory.
Having a talent that gives you both knowledge and reflexes beyond that of the average pony can be both a gift and a curse. That's my case, having dealt with it my entire life. Ever since my cutie mark appeared during one of them.
Okay.
Curse. That's my case, having dealt with it my entire life. Ever since my cutie mark appeared during one of the most important exams. Ever since my cutie mark appeared.
Okay. What goes here? What goes here? What goes here? This is a deep part. So, let's see. What goes here? Not too sure. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, that works. That works just fine. Was it this one? No, it was this one.
Ever since my cutie mark appeared during one of the most important exams in my previous school, I have been the smartest and fastest student of every class. Something I thought was amazing, up until the harassment started. I couldn't even walk home or use the restroom without getting called some name.
So the laughter could go there. Because I really want this scene to hit hard. Let's see, where is it?
Getting called some name. Getting my head shoved in a toilet. Some pony labeling me with a kick me sign. Or being publicly humiliated outside of school. Getting called some name. Getting my head shoved in a toilet. Getting called some name. Getting my head shoved in a toilet. Some pony labeling me with a kick me sign. Or being publicly humiliated outside of school. It was a constant loop of torture. And even though my mom went to the school about it, nothing was ever done. And it just got worse and worse. I grew sick of it. So I decided to take care of it myself by taking my own life. I waited until a day I was home alone and got out the spare pistol my dad tried to hide from me. I wrote out a letter as my last goodbye.
put a writing sound effect here. Oh. Please and thank you. Stupid thing. That would be the one. Okay.
I wrote out a letter as my last goodbye. Loaded the pistol.
Then I need like a loading pistol sound.
I wrote out a letter as my last goodbye. Loaded the pistol.
Oh dear. What in the world? I know I have that sound, I just don't know. I just don't know where. Somewhere. Like a rifle sound effect? I don't know, revolver? Because I know I have that sound effect. It's just pick. Wait, is this it? I mean, it's gotta be it, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. Can I please have a fucking moment where you don't get in my goddamn way? Please. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Lower that. Give that a heavy amount of reverb.
Pistol. I put the barrel. Pistol. I put.
More than that.
Pistol. I put the barrel to my head. All I. As my last goodbye. Loaded the pistol. I put the barrel.
Okay. The quill one also needs an effect.
As my last goodbye. Loaded the pistol. I put the barrel to my head. All I had to do was pull that trigger, and every bit of the harassment in and outside of school. As my last goodbye, loaded the pistol and put the barrel to my head. All I had to do was pull that trigger, and every bit of the harassment in and outside of school would be gone forever. I could finally live in peace. However, in the moment I could have ended it all, some sort of raw fear came over me. I started to tremble and cry. But deep down, I still had that burning desire to put myself down. That primal fear clouded it though, and in a sudden moment of hesitation, I just knew I couldn't do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish.
Okay, hang on. Hang on there, Thomas. Okay, put this here. Bring this back again. Get that in the right spot.
Screamed in anguish and guilt. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt.
Okay.
I put the gun down and
Yeah. It's like a guy scream. I know I have that too. Because I used it in the original. Interesting. What a culmination. That would be under my downloads. F, G. Okay, gun click, generator. Is it under M? Okay, I know it's in here, I just don't know where. Man screaming, there we go. Okay, this is gonna be a little noisy. $25.
screamed and
Oh, Jesus. Give that the same reverb. Okay. I need to get myself to stop. Not that. Stop! Stupid thing. Okay, just cut that down. That's his original scream from RTBAA. Okay, definitely not that one. Okay, I'm not sure what the hell that was. Jesus. It's more of a, like an anguished, like an anguished one. Whoa. Okay. I have my assortment. Where did it go? Is that the second one? think this whole one worked just fine. Did I get the rest? Let's see if I can make this work. Grab, cut.
Threatening to sue them.
Okay. Right. I'll be able to spot it. Right here.
I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt.
This is gonna be tricky.
Screamed in anguish and guilt. I cried at myself. And in the midst of it all, screamed.
Okay, I've got to get this correct.
And in a sudden moment of hesitation, I just knew I couldn't do it. I put the gun down and screamed.
Okay.
I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt. Myself. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt. I cried at my... I just knew I couldn't do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt. I just knew I couldn't do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt. I just knew I couldn't do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt.
Okay, hang on. Where's that gun sound effect? Okay, there's the screaming sound effect. There it is. important I get this correct.
Do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt. I cried. Do it. I put the gun down and screamed.
Okay.
Do it.
See if I can get this a little more Thomas's tone.
Do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt.
I like that.
I cried at myself. And in the midst of it all, my parents found me and knew what I had tried to do. That was the last straw for them. And they went to the school about it, threatening to sue them unless something was done about it. Threatening to sue them unless something was done about the harassment. As always, nothing was done about it. So we moved away and left behind those terrible memories. Ponyville High has been more timid, but I fear in making friends because no pony wants to really be my friend. They just want to see me cry and suffer when they just stab me in the back and just watch me bleed out.
Henry finished, and Flora and the others were horrified at Henry's tale. It was just fucked up and sad that Henry had been led to that point, and eventually had to surrender. Flora understood fully now why he had been so scared of her offer, but she would never let him be hurt to that point ever again.
I can't believe they really did nothing about it. That is just so
again.
Get that out.
Again.
I can't believe they really did nothing about it. That is just so fucked up and wrong on so many levels.
No shit. I'm so sorry you were treated like that.
It's okay. I'm just glad to know that there's actually ponies who do care. And I'm grateful for all of you actually being real.
Flora responded with a comforting hug, to which Henry jumped at in surprise.
We'll never let you.
Okay. Final track. What is this one called? Memento? Memento? Ugh. That would be under my USB drive. Oh. Could you fuck off? God, no one likes you. Annoying.
We'll never let you experience that kind of torture again. No pony should be treated like you were. And we'll be damn sure you don't end up at that point ever again.
Damn straight.
If Callie or any pony gives you trouble, all you have to do is let us know. We'll be sure they never mess with you again, Henry.
Henry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ponies were actually supporting him, and he felt like he could finally live
again, Henry.
Henry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ponies were actually supporting him, and he felt like he could finally live normally again.
Thank you, friends.
He said happily, a smile grazing his face and happy tears leaking from his eyes. Flora wiped his tears with a clean side of her mascara-stained napkin, smiling and assuring Henry.
No more crying. You have friends now. And
His eyes. Flora wiped his tears with a clean side of her mascara-stained napkin, smiling and assuring Henry.
no more crying. You have friends now. And have nothing to fear anymore.
Henry nodded, causing Flora to smile and engage him in another hug. He accepted it this time, feeling like a whole different pony from who he was when he woke up that morning. All this talk is
Nothing to fear anymore.
Henry nodded, causing Flora to smile and engage him in another hug. He accepted it this time, feeling like a whole different pony from who he was when he woke up that morning. All this talk has made me hungry. Any pony up for a hayburger? My treat.
Best just accept it, Henry. Trev isn't one to back down.
Henry caught the words as serious, and he just decided to play along to save time.
Alrighty then.
My treat.
Best just accept it, Henry. Trev isn't one to back down.
Henry caught the words as serious, and he just decided to play along to save time.
Alrighty then. Hayburgers it is.
Sweet! Last one there is a rotten pony. Trevor challenged, getting up and starting to run back towards the bridge into parting to run back.
Okay, running. Simple enough.
Starting to run back towards the bridge into Ponyville.
Hey, wait up!
Flora didn't persist in the chase, helping Henry back up and gathering her luggage.
Come on! Let's get going before we lose them.
Sure.
Henry responded, starting to walk alongside Flora to the
Okay. Oy vey. Okay. Fucking whatever that thing is.
alongside Flora to the local hayburger shack in town.
Okay. Alright, we have to do something specific here.
To the local hayburger shack in town.
Okay. Birds go out first.
To the local hayburger shack in town.
Perfect. Okay, now just the music.
To the local hayburger shack in town.
Okay, we'll be to be continued right there.
To the local hayburger shack in town.
Okay. Oh god, no. No, let's go way further out.
To the local Hayburger Shack in
Longer than that. Let's see if that might do the trick. Yay! Alright. Alright. 42 minutes. Okay, not bad. Not too shabby. Alright, I want to listen back for just a second. Okay, let's take a look.
Outside of school would be gone forever. Me with a kick me sign. I waited until a day I was home alone and got out the spare pistol my dad tried to hide from me. I wrote out a letter as my last goodbye, loaded the pistol, and put the barrel to my head. All I had to do was pull that trigger, and every bit of the harassment in and outside of school would be gone forever.
Aria.
I could finally live in peace.
We're finishing up, basically.
However, in the moment I could have ended it all,
Oh, shit.
some sort of raw fear came over me. I started to tremble and cry. But deep down, I still had that burning desire to put myself down. That primal fear clouded it though, and in a sudden moment of hesitation, I just knew I couldn't do it. I put the gun down and screamed in anguish and guilt.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Alright, I think we're good to go. Let me just double check everything over here. Just be absolutely sure all these are working.
1 year earlier. Occupied the stalls, and without even thinking twice, seated herself upon one. It was one of the staff's favorites, who couldn't do anything. It was distant and faint, but Flora could hear something like a shout or cry of disarray. It sounded like some pony was in trouble, and upon hearing high-pitched giggling accompany the pleas of distress, she knew exactly what was happening. She knew the giggles of Callie and her gang all too well, and it was clear that they were devouring some innocent victim that had just been going about their day minding their own business. Flora didn't even bother the thought of running to get the principal, knowing from her own personal experiences that it was just a waste of time. Callie was one of the staff's favorites who couldn't do anything wrong, so instead, Flora took the initiative and moved in a fast trot to the source of the disturbance of the natural quiet of the halls. When she finally found the source, she was surprised to find that it was the stallion's bathroom, and upon peeking into the ghost white walkway, 3 rears of 3 mares were in full visibility.
You're such a loser, Harry Trotter. You couldn't get a mare friend even if you tried. Especially if you read.
More giggling ensued, boiling Flora's blood in anger.
But please, just leave me alone.
A mid-range male voice called from in front of the trio.
Not until you admit you're a loser and say books are garbage. Maybe then you might actually be able to get laid by some mare in this town.
Callie, that's enough.
Flora objected, and Flora was sickened at the sight. This would be to take a chance to say her next response. Pushing the door open, the sense of spring replaced the scent of a mixture of colognes, perfume, evil bullies.
Mom in the kitchen.
Okay, I think we are done. I think that this is pretty much done. Audio-wise, anyways. Still need to add the visuals and everything, and combine the files and stuff. Ow. Which combining isn't hard, it's just very, very tedious. Okay, let's see. Excuse me. Okay, take this off for just a minute. Oh. 2 o'clock. Alright. How long have I been streaming for? Well, if I started around 10:30 or so, I've been streaming for 10, 12. So about an hour, about almost. What can I do math today? 10, 11, 12. It's about 2.5 hours. No, I was way off. 3 hours and 17 minutes. It's just down to visuals. And of course combining the shit. I want to double check just to be absolutely sure I'm not missing anything. Don't think so. I'm usually not that bad. Even if my brain might be going down the toilet just a little bit. That would be film fiction. Again. Oh, stop. Oh, fuck off. Is my thing not saved on this? Apparently not. Okay, I'm just gonna look it up. Oh, bullshit, it's not. It's probably because my settings aren't set. View mature. Okay. There we go. Alright, I need to... God damn it. I need to see... Oh, okay. Let me just double check everything. Friends and Secrets, The New Student, Angel in the Dark. Yep. Okay, next one. The 2 longest chapters made 1 part. I think it's the first part. I think it's the first time I've ever put 1 part as 2 chapters. Well, since a long time ago. Like way back when. Holy crap, The Angel in the Dark is really that long? Holy crap. Probably because they're the most dialogue-heavy chapters. Like, Friends and Secrets, very dialogue-heavy. New Student, very dialogue-heavy. Angel in the Dark, yes, very dialogue-heavy. The Truth has some heavy dialogue in it, but it's mainly in 1 part. part 3 probably, most likely, it's probably not going to be out until February because of the fact of I have to have surgery. So yay! Sparrow is gonna have an owie for a long time. Oh, fuck. Yep, going to have my surgery on the 17th, and then I gotta, yeah. Yay. Fun times. I mean, I really appreciate the people who have actually stayed with this, because it's been like a year, almost 2 years now since I released the last part. Oh, I'm so far behind. I am so fucking far behind, but 2024 has just been bah, 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 bah. So, yeah. Go get Google Drive open just so that it's open. Okay, I gotta go shut my window. It's getting cold in here. Oops. I'm okay. I'm okay. I just misplaced my footing. I mean, I'm relieved that I'm having this surgery, but I'm also, you know, I'm gonna lose a toe joint, so yeah, not fun times. But I'll learn. It's just like the back of my head. I'm missing a piece of my skull, but hey, I'm still living, ain't I? Phew, excuse me. So if I do visuals, I can't stream because it'll slow my computer down a fuck ton, so I basically need to do... The only visual I need to fix is the thumbnail. Because there's some names that are not even on the project and haven't contributed anything, so... Yeah. Gotta fix that. But I truly do appreciate the people that are patient with me because, like Rascal Flat said, life throws you curves, but you learn to swerve. Alright. Get that going. But yeah, it just kind of hurts me as the creator because I know you guys want more content, but I can only put out so much. Alright, I need to make a little audio message, don't I? Yeah, I have to make an audio message at the beginning of this video to basically explain when I shouldn't even have to explain. But I feel like I am obligated to because of what's been going on. So I've got to explain why this is taking so goddamn long. But That's just me. I feel like I do owe you guys an explanation because a lot has happened. And I don't remember even how it all started. I remember I was in the middle of... Was it the Binding of Ice and Lightning? Binding of Ice and Lightning started last year, January. And it went all the way to... Oh, God. Binding of Ice and Lightning went all the way into the next year, didn't it? This year. I'm pretty sure it did. Don't quote me on that. Actually, it'd just be smarter to do it this way. That said, I really hope that... I really hope you refresh yourself by watching part 1, because there's a lot of things in this one that you probably won't catch, right, if you don't watch part 1. Oh, I don't have YouTube Studio download on this, don't I? That's okay. Okay, go back to download on this, don't I? That's okay. Go to my channel, videos. Binding of Ice and Lightning? Man, my brain is just not thinking right, is it? Ended 5 months ago. So 5 months ago was what? Well, if we're in the 12th month right now, 12. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. July. Holy crap, it was that long ago. Fucking... Wow. That was definitely my longest reading. Oh yeah, it was about 34-ish chapters or something like that. It was over 30 chapters, I do remember. It started on... It started 1 year ago on February 19th of 2023. Interesting. So I was off by 1 month. So February of 2023 to July of 2024. Holy crap. Is that over a year? It is over a year. It took over a year to freaking put that thing together. And the entire time I was producing it, I was still in the process of writing it. That's partially probably why it took longer than it should have. But hey, it happens. Really wish this would have gotten a little bit more viewage, but whatever, it is what it is. I need to turn it into one whole thing on Bandcamp, but that's a lot of fucking work. And I want to get this done first. Fate would have it, that's another good one. But yeah. I'm trying, guys, I really am. I am trying to give you as much content as possible, but my brain can only work so fast, okay? My brain can only produce so much. Like, I've already got something in mind, but I need to write it first. I've written some of it, but I'm not too sure how to get past the writer's block I'm on right now. Trying to figure out how I'm going to basically make the beginning part make sense. Well, not make sense, but transfer smoothly. It is non-pony, so don't expect... Like, pony content is going to be hard to produce. I'll still post pony content, but the majority of what I post is probably going to be like non-pony stuff, guys. I'm not going to lie. Mainly because pony stuff has kind of dwindled. And trust me, I've checked fanfiction. There's nothing good. Very casual bullshit. Oh. With what? Plus you have to be of the right age, because this next one that I'm planning is going to be, it's going to be adult. It's not going to be for kids. Well, the majority of all my content is not for kids, so it makes sense. But yeah, it's very similar to this, where it goes into deep and dark areas. Like deep and dark content. Kind of similar to RTBAA a little bit, kind of, sort of. Except we don't have any interdimensional demons involved. Well, I know what I want. It's just trying to transition it to where it doesn't seem rushed. That's the thing with writing for me. I don't like to make it sound rushed. I try to make it sound as smooth as possible. But sometimes it's just hard to avoid it sounding rushed. Like RTBAA, that I'm so glad I waited on that one, because originally Return to Bittersweet Apple Acres started right after the production of Bittersweet Apple Acres. And it was a whole different kind of idea. It got put on the back burner because, well, it almost got put into the this never became a thing like folder. Mainly because of what happened back then. But basically, I went, let's try and make like an 80s slasher kind of thing. And I just kind of pulled that idea out of my head and wrote it. It was actually one of my favorite stories to write because it's like so much fun just writing these characters like becoming a thing. It's a lot of work, but if you don't work for something, you can't make something beautiful. Oh, part 3 is gonna be such a pain in the ass. But basically the idea that I have for the next thing I'm going to produce is, yeah, non-pony. It's kind of my own creation. It started out as like a anime kind of thing, and it could still be an anime kind of thing because it takes place in a monster world. Like half human, half monster hybrid world. But that part of the idea does not have anything to do with the main part of the story. The entire story is basically a murder mystery. It has a lot of it vibes. Like a lot of it vibes. Inspiration is what I should say. That's the proper word. Except in this one, yeah. The killer gets away with murder very, very much so. It's pretty fucked up. What's today? Today is Monday. So yeah, Mark works today. Okay, it's gonna do the beep boop thing here in just a second. Nice. Alright. Go. Would it be faster to do it this way, or would it be faster to just do it on Audacity? I think it would just take as long. Well, let's go upload to the drive. I'm probably going to have to delete some files because it's getting kind of cluttered. That's what happens when you're a freaking creator. So much shit with very little time. In the right folder? Yep. RTBAA2. That would be the one. There it goes. I might be able to have this either. This is either gonna be out tonight or tomorrow. So it all depends on how things go. Like if I get done too late, then yeah, I'm not going to. Like most likely I'll probably do the visuals off stream. Then when I get to actually putting it together, maybe wake up tomorrow and do that. I don't know. But that's the usual process with these things. I need to fix the visuals before I can do anything. But I am going to combine the two audio files so that it sounds smooth. So another long waiting game once we get past this FL Studio delay. Okay. Open Audacity. I think that you've waited long enough. Like this is a long time coming. So definitely probably my latest reading ever. The last time I had a delay this bad was when we basically had to recast for Unmarked. That wasn't my fault. That was in real life issues. Okay. Alright, import them one at a time. Okay, the first one I need is Friends and Secrets. Likely this won't be until tomorrow night, but we'll see. Let's see. There it is. Okay, gotta wait for it to load in. Oh. Really? Ugh. Already got my artwork completed for the day, so I have time. Don't really have to worry about drawing immediately, because I think that's probably going to be the... Do I want that to be the end of day 4? Perhaps I can squeeze another little piece in there. Maybe not one that's, you know, that way, but maybe something a little bit more cute. Maybe something a little cutesy-wootsy. Kind of like the one that I drew of them and kissing in the sunlight. Just don't want to overwork myself, if you know what I mean. You know what kind of artwork I'm referring to, right, Arya? Like I said, I've been doing another project in the, well, not really a project, but just a little something in the background. Stuff that I can't really post to YouTube. I think I do. Okay, good. Because it's not safe for work. Alright, we're looking pretty good. No weird things going on. Good. Yay. But yeah, if you want to see that stuff, then go to my DA. Import audio. But you do have to follow my account in order to see it. It's just a push of a button. It's nothing that you have to pay for or anything like that. It's just like subscribing to me on YouTube. It's nothing big. As long as you're of age, that's all I care about. And you said you're 21, so you're of age. Alright, what am I doing? RTBAA2. Not Jenry, Henry. But I really do enjoy that, right? I do enjoy drawing some of that kind of stuff. I've really gotten better at hands. Like, the hands I've gotten really much better at. Hands and feet. Like this last one that I did, yeah, the hand that I had to draw looks really fucking good. Same thing with the foot. Especially considering they're at an angle. Like, I don't know why, but I'm really good at drawing the hand flat, like at an angle like that. Don't know why, but I'm really good at drawing it that way. Maybe it's because the fingers are kind of like on top of one another. I don't know. Feet are much easier because the shape's not as complex. The toes are actually really easy to draw. They're not even that difficult. But yeah, I have been doing a little series called Assisting the Secretary. It's basically what it sounds like, but it turns into a little love tale. Where basically the assistant draws them together more, and they become a couple. But the one that I drew is probably my favorite one. Not this most recent one, but the one before it, the one where they're kissing in the sunlight. I really enjoyed drawing that one, even though it was kind of a pain in the ass. Mainly because it's a new pose that I'm not used to drawing. If there's one thing that's annoying in art, it's poses. But once you get a gist on how to draw everything, that's when it becomes much more easier. Like when you figure out how everything works and how everything's drawn, then you can basically draw anything. You know, there's sometimes when I have to look at references for like anatomy, consistency, and stuff like that. Okay, it is doing the thing. Makes sense. Henry's a long chapter. Where are we gonna go today? Oh, it's really struggling. I've been thinking about it. I have an idea of what I want to do, but the only problem is it involves fucking cloves. And I hate cloves. Cloves are a pain in my rear. Holy crap, why does it look so...
And her current situation,
Having been a prime
while
target. Sold us.
And her current situation, while reminiscing on the good times she'd had with her now deceased friends beyond her
There wasn't much to go on with your mother's case.
Okay, I see. Okay, I struggle with poses too. It all depends on what you're drawing, honestly. Like the one pose I struggle drawing the most, missionary. That one, oh my. And when I say that, I'm talking about front view. The front view pose. That, did I copy? I believe I did. Okay, I gotta get this correct. Sophie? Ow. That works. That works. All right. Export. Maybe. As MP3. RTB2 part 2 full audio. Yeah, not safe for work is. It all depends on how what you draw, and what you're good at, what you're not good at. Which I'm honestly trying to do something that's kind of suicidal, and that's trying to learn everything. Well, not everything, not like everything, but trying to just get a gist on. So I can draw the majority of what I want to draw. Like things that I hate. I absolutely hate the hands. I always hate. I don't really hate the feet. The feet aren't that difficult unless they're at an angle. Then they're a pain in the ass. Like when they're flat on the ground. Oh, fucking hell. I want to kill them. But other than that, the majority of everything else is actually pretty simple. Well, I wouldn't say simple. I would say intermediate. Like one thing that I struggled at first with, hair. Hair, there's this very, very specific way hair has to be drawn and how it has to be done. And that's why I kind of challenged myself with this series, because it involves basically what I said is, okay, I want to draw a character that I want to learn how to draw. And the one I chose was Ganyu from Genshin Impact because, one, she's my favorite character from Genshin Impact, and two, every drawing before that I drew of her sucked. I wanted to learn how to draw her properly. So I basically said, okay, let's do this little 1 week challenge. Let's draw her every day, and let's see if we can improve and pick up on the nuances and try to improve with those nuances, and just all together learn how to draw better. Let me tell you what, this has been probably the best thing I've done for myself in my artwork journey, because, well, I've learned how to draw poses. I have learned how to draw the body a lot more better, and I've picked up on a lot of things like shading and lighting. Like, I used to use an effect for the lighting, and now I do it myself. And it all depends on if you're comfortable with it, because not safe for work, it's not for everybody. But not safe for work can be as simple as drawing suggestive stuff, or even just like someone standing up, and they're, bare naked. Like, that's just considered not safe for work. But if you just want to learn how to draw the body, there's nothing wrong with that. And it will involve, I'm going to say it right now, you have to learn how to draw the body and all of its features if you want to learn how to draw both safe for work and not safe for work. That's just part of the process. I've learned this very well. I chose anime style because, well, I've always wanted to learn how to draw that style, and it's honestly not that difficult once you pick up on it. One thing that I struggle with a lot, though, is drawing the head from, like, the side. Like, you know that anime style, like, where you, like, see them from the side angle and you see, like, the pointy nose and all that stuff? That angle, for me, for some reason, is the biggest bitch imaginable, because one, I either make the nose way too big and way too rounded, or two, I make the chin too long. So, when I'm drawing, it's just a lot of, like, fixes until everything is correct. Which, honestly, I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just not the most efficient way to do things. Like, learning how to just draw even simple things like the legs, the arms, the heads. Like, that's just part of the process. Like, I've gotten way better at the arms. Like, the arms I struggled with a lot. Mainly this part right here, the elbow. And that's because the elbow, it's the way it's shaped. Not only that, the different angles. Oh, fuck. Another thing I struggled with at first as well was the breasts. The breasts, the thing that I've learned about them is that if you don't draw them right, they aren't right, basically. You have to be sure you round those things perfectly, otherwise they look off as fuck. I used to draw them so goddamn flat, but now I can draw them pretty well. Like, the one thing I don't worry about with this little series is getting the breast size correct every single time. Because I don't think that's really important. I get it close. Like, I struggle with, like, overhead view and the rendering. The overhead view, okay, here's my best advice to you. Look up a reference. Using references is not cheating. You want to know how I learned how to draw the body correctly? I traced. But here's the thing. I didn't trace it like detail for detail, line for line. What I did was I would trace the outline of the actual picture. Then I would add my own details. So I was still drawing everything else except for the outline of the body and the pose. But eventually I said to myself, okay, I need to break from this comfort zone. I need to learn how to draw this myself. And that's because I had learned very well how like the majority of everything is shaped. Like the arms, the legs. You know, I still do struggle with the legs. Like, learning how to draw those shapes and learning how they are shaped is not cheating, in my opinion. That's a tool. It's a tool that you should use to better yourself. Like, that's the best way I can put it. That's how I learned how to draw the body correctly and how to draw it efficiently. And the best other view that I can, or the best other piece of advice that I can give you, draw every day. Draw every single day. At least try to draw one art piece per day. And it doesn't have to be like a beautiful piece. It just has to be something. And focus on things that you struggle with. Like the legs, the arms, or like if you struggle with the legs, go for the legs. Like, choose a pose that you struggle, like choose a pose where the legs are very, very much there. Trust me, I know it sounds like something you don't want to do, but if you do it, you learn. This challenge that I gave myself with this little Assistant to the Secretary series, this has basically forced me to draw things that I don't usually want to draw. And that's the legs, the arms, the fucking feet, the hands, stuff like that. That and poses and stuff. Like, because another thing I absolutely hate drawing, the rump. Especially when it's a lady. That anatomy down there is so tedious. It's so fucking tedious. You know, you would think the butt would be easy to draw, right? Two little, like, rounded lines that connect together, right? No. That is not the butt at all. The butt is very complex. Because it connects to the legs, it connects to the thing, it connects to your hips. Ugh. Okay, hands. Yeah, I suck at hands too. There's no real way for me to give you advice on that except to keep trying. Like, just keep trying to figure out what the shape is. Like, for me, hands to me, when I think of it, I look at my own hand. Or I look at my own fingers. Because the fingers are usually the part where I struggle. But because they're all different. That and getting the size, like, ratio correct is... I want to die. But the fingers are very bony. If you look at your finger, they're very bony. And they also come down on like an angle. Like they come down not straight out. They go down like steps. So how I usually go about doing the fingers is I'll go like straight, then kind of curve down again, and then kind of draw like a point off where the end of the finger is. Sometimes I can get the shape correct, sometimes I can't. But that's usually how the fingers are drawn. The hand, honestly, this part of your hand, like the foundation of your hand, that part honestly comes last. Because you draw the fingers first, connect the fingers, then draw and connect them to the hand, or the arm, excuse me. That's usually how the hand works. Or at least for me it does. The feet are easy. Like, they're not even that difficult. And that's another thing that I give advice for as well. Use yourself as a reference. Like, there was this piece one time that I was drawing where the arm is or when the head is looking up. And when I got done with it, underneath the neck was like really dead. And I'm like, okay, what am I missing there? And I couldn't find a fucking reference with that specific pose. So I had to use myself. So what did I do? I went like this. I felt my neck. And I'm like, oh, there's like a bump there, right? Like there's cartilage. And well, voila. Like, the thing with art is constantly challenge yourself. That's the only way you're going to get better. And even if it looks off, don't down yourself or say, I can't draw. Because here's the thing. Everybody can draw. It just takes a little bit of time and a little bit of effort. For me, when I started, I sucked. I sucked. But I don't think I'm actually someone who has ever been, like, bad at drawing, per se. Like, okay, I wasn't no Leonardo da Vinci or anything like that. No. But I was not bad at drawing. I just kind of half-assed it. If I sit down and really pay attention to a drawing and really try, I can do it. Oh. The one thing I hate, the one thing that I absolutely despise, though, is clothes. Clothes, oh. Mainly because of these things right here, these folds. Otherwise, the clothing just looks absolutely wrong. It looks flat, it looks off, it looks unnatural. Yeah, the folds and figuring out how to make them look realistic is a pain in the ass to me. Shading, lighting, I can do that all day. That's just experimentation. But altogether, I think I've gotten pretty good. Like, if you look at my first drawing that I ever posted on my DeviantArt, well, not the very first one, but the one most recent, like, way, like, within this year's time, if you go to my DA, and you look up, and you go to my very first drawing that I posted there this year, and then look at the most recent one, you see the humongous amount of improvement. Like, this is from just drawing every day and looking up references and just watching, like, stuff that helps me improve. Let's see. Like, one of the main things that I struggle with on women specifically, which is the majority of what I draw, I'm starting to do dudes, though. But the girls are the one thing that I didn't realize that women have. because I'm a guy, is wide hips. I did not realize that. Keep in mind, I've been single my entire life, so I've never had the reference like to see. But women have very, very wide hips. So I had to learn that first to draw a woman more accurately. Then there was a problem where I would make the hips a little too wide, and then I just and this was basically countered by just drawing and like picking up on my nuances and just trying to get better at it. Like, that's the best way that I can say I learned. RT Yoda 2 Part 2. Let's see if I can upload this. But areas I need to work on. I need to work on hands, I need to work on feet, and I need to work on just proportions. Like, even heads are sometimes ridiculous for me. But I'm slowly but surely picking that up by just drawing every single day. Like, I get up every morning, and for this assistant the secretary thing, I'm like, okay, what do I want to do now? What do I want to add to the story? And one thing that I'm picking up on now, because I'm pouring it into the artworks, is backgrounds. Backgrounds. I hate them. I hate them. I'm glad I grew a pair and came up to talk to you. You're really cool. I'm going to miss talking to you. It'll be okay. This won't be the last. This isn't going to be the last stream. And if you have a Discord, go ahead and add me. Don't be afraid to talk to me. I swear, I won't bite your head off. Why do so many people get that fucking impression from me? I understand. You look up to your idols, and you're afraid to talk to them because you think that we're, like, almighty and, like, want to look at you as a peasant or whatever. No, I'm just a regular guy. I'm not going to bite your head off. I'm literally just here to talk, if you want to talk. But if you want to talk on Discord, my Discord, I believe it's... Yeah, I believe it's on my About page on my YouTube. If the About page is still a goddamn thing, I honestly don't know. Oh, fuck. But I think that is it for today. I think I might do the visuals off stream, because off stream makes it a lot more easier. Fixing this thumbnail is not going to be that difficult. It's going to be pretty easy. So, anyways, I might do the thumbnail off stream, and then I will probably get to combining those tomorrow and probably post in the evening. If everything goes according to plan, that is. If not, you can definitely expect this on Christmas. So anyways, thanks for joining me, Arya, and Thomas, and all you. And will I get back to you tomorrow? Actually, no. Who knows? Maybe when my foot surgery is all done, I'll probably do some streams just because I'm bored or something. But I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, I'll see you whenever. And promise you won't bite my vote. Yeah, I won't bite your head off. I'm a nice guy. But anyways, I'll see you all later, and happy horse until the next time.